Ooh, hey y'all. Just yeah. So the new camera comes in today. So next week we should be in SDR, which means we'll be back on Twitch, which means yeah. So looking pretty good. Hi Agent. Hi Reinhardt. Ooh, woodwork. That's cool, Matt. Hmm. I might commission you for something the same way I commissioned Agent. Love to see some of your woodwork, Matt, in the Discord if you want to share it. Um Man. Hi Montasia. You ready in about an hour? Looking forward to working with you, by the way. Oh boy. Tired. It's good tired though. Dang a coffee table with granite. That's so dope. Sorry, Matt, I'm rusty too. My back from all the Bajuru stretching. So sore. It's great. Yeah, Dracotheus. Back on Twitch soon. The routing through into the laptop just wasn't. There's just too many problems. So like, yeah. We're gonna set up uh the Sony A6100. That's coming in soon. Might actually be here maybe in a couple hours. Let me check. Yeah, should be here within an hour or two. And then, yeah, moving to SDR will solve a lot of our problems. Of woodworking. We had woodworking industrial tech class in middle school. I did a little bit of it. I love the smell of it. Oh, nice, Matt. Thank you. Yeah. All right, uploads are done. Let me turn these into member videos real quick. So I'll wait until I can actually name them. Let me tag Obsidian. Too Boring is probably going to finish the journey video. All right. All right. Yeah, Too Boring's going to finish the journey video either today or tomorrow. And that'll be great. So all of this crazy VTube shenanigan stuff thus far, we will have that at the ready. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, new back. Like breathing makes me sore. Like it's like it's a deep stretch. It's good for me. But yeah, like breathing hurts, and not in a bad way. It's more like, oh my god, wow. Like, it's like the kind of sore that you get from releasing a muscle that's been tight for years, like years and years and years. It's helped a lot with my anxiety, though. Yeah. Hey, Rafik. Raiden. White. Hey, Almanax. Boy, 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 boy. It's a really good sore, Matt. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, I hold a lot in my lower back. I always kind of have. I rely on it a little too much for like way too many things. Not an uncommon problem, but to me, it was taken to the extreme because of my powerlifting days. I would do squats and deadlifts wrong. I'm really glad I stopped because there's no way I wasn't going to get injured, um, or like herniated disc or something. Um, Powerlifting is a lot of fun. Nothing makes you forget your problems more than having a lot of weight on you. It's like, oh, you want to get out of your head? Here's 300 pounds. Not that I didn't ever do 300. I think my best deadlift was like 250. Um, I'm not a, I'm not really built for that sort of thing. Yeah, bad technique is a big danger, Matt. Yeah. Ooh, it's creamy mushroom soup. That sounds delicious. All right, we're only gonna do like this one video on Mariah. I wanted to do a deeper dive, but boy, do I need a break. Like, and in a good way. Like, TGIF. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like the I was still pinching myself. 250 is still quite a lot. Yeah, especially for someone in my frame, Dobos. I was like shredded. Not shredded. I was swole. I never got shredded, but I was big. I was like 15% body fat at 175, 176. So I was pretty big. 5'11". I got a skinny frame though. Um, yeah, I mean that's what weekends are for, right, Matt? Like, also like, I was grinding super hard because I was like, this is a dream. It's not real. All of this success, but yeah, even when I do like nothing, I'm still getting 80 concurrents. We just hit 500,000 views on the channel. Uh, this month, I was officially able to cover my expenses, although I celebrated a little too hard. So I can't keep doing that. But like, I couldn't. When Daryl said she'd cut me a deal, I was like, "Well, we got to do that." So like, yeah, no, I'm feeling super good. So I'm excited for Take It Easy tomorrow and Sunday. That does sound really good. I have to go to chiropractors every 3 months to keep my skeleton in line. I should have gone to my boss, Trader Joe's, recommended a chiropractor. I should have gone. Um, I had the proper tenor physique. Usually, the proper tenor physique is actually not in shape. Uh, Stereotypically, tenors are usually pretty out of shape, kind of soft. Um, Baritones are the ones that get swole usually. Um, 5'11", still growing at my age. No. Uh, just 5'11". If I'm stretched out, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm 6 feet tall if my posture is perfect, but it rarely is. Yeah, Matt. Yeah, I'm getting that. I was a little anxious about like, oh my god, if I take off. That's funny. Like, even though like it's my day off, like I still end up doing stuff that I think is fun. Like I hope to edit down some of the Daryl video, the interview, cut out some clips and stuff like that. Um, yeah, Katie, it's unreal. 500,000 views in a month is insane, and it's just going up. Especially because we just started doing shorts again. Um, go to my massage therapist once a month. Oil change of the human body. I might start doing that, Rafiq. Some little self care. Oh yeah, oh yeah. If the cyclothon starts this weekend, I definitely plan to be there. Yeah. I'm actually. It's funny, Katie. I'm actually. Tenors are usually short. I'm actually really tall for a tenor. It's kind of uncommon. Sopranos love working with me because usually tenors are like short, and nothing apparently bothers a soprano more than having a short tenor to work with. So like sopranos really enjoy working with me because like the romantic aesthetic of like there's someone gave a ratio once. I was like I did not know, like I've dated taller women. My girlfriend in college was like 6'3". And I don't know. She was really self conscious about it, and I was like, why? She was all legs. I'm a lot torso. Sitting down, I was when she would sit down, I was taller than her. It was really funny. Um, just good people. Um, Also, let me know. I programmed the Stream Elements bots. Let me know if that gets bothersome, guys. Timer's weird. Kenobi, the member counts are at 450. 4 days ago, it was at 309. My mind is fucking blown. Curse jar. Sorry, but like, um, tenors come in all heights and builds to prove that they dominate in any base stats. Nice, Reinhardt. I like that. Aren't I a little tall to be a tenor? You see, thespian, when you're the best of the tenors, you know what I mean? The height takes care of itself. You pick it up and put that sounds weird. You can't reach the high notes that I have without being as tall as I am. That's funny, right? Yeah, I always thought it was funny. The whole like gender role dynamic. Yeah, Matt, I think it is weird. Yeah, she was like all legs. Yeah, that is a beauty ideal. Yeah, she could have probably gone into modeling in all seriousness, but her mother was absolutely against it. And the more I found out later on about the modeling industry, I was like, yeah, good call. Her mother was like a incredibly is an incredibly uh like strong, awesome human being. Uh, yeah. Um, I haven't talked to her in a long time. This individual. I've watched more of your stream than I have any other streaming service, so well worth the membership. So I'm glad. Thanks, Kenobi. Um, hey, Lashaw. Missed you. I didn't see you in here. Hey, Kirkontoy. 5'5". Whereas the Fan brothers are so over 6 foot and I'm referred to the uncle. Hagrid? That's funny. You got them Viking genes. I'm not even sure if that's the right Norwegian is the Viking. I don't know if that's the case, but you know, Rinley, I don't know if you found this to be true. Tuba players are the craziest people, usually. Have you found that to be true? I've never met like a well adjusted tuba player. They're always super fun and interesting, but they're always a little unhinged. Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never met like a boring tuba player. Um, well, Montasia, Tenors are alphas, what can I say? Or if you come out with a tenor diet. The modeling industry is crazy, kitty. Modeling is hard, generally hard work. It took me doing photography to realize they're not just pretty people being pretty. Yeah, so one person like I wish it would make more sense to collaborate with, who I think is really kind of an inspiring creator, is Keisha Charmaine, and she sent me the video that I'm going to go over today with Brandy and Mariah, and I talked about doing stuff with Keisha. Um, Luckily, the beatboxing collab with Cassandra was well received, so maybe getting Keisha on is worthwhile. But I have a lot of respect for Keisha as a businesswoman. She's taught me a lot. There are a lot of killers in this space. They all tend to be women. Like the like a really like intelligent business people that I've talked to are usually women. Um, Also, maybe I tend to get along better with women generally. Most of my friends tend to be women, but like that's obviously not always the case. Um, but yeah, like I said before, like it can create some interesting problems when they start dating. Particularly like my long term friends. Uh, yeah, I think I told the story of like the guy felt insecure, and one of the his points of pride was that he played strategy games. I should have probably let him win. It would have made my life a lot easier, but that's not what I do in RTS. No, 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 no. Tuba is definitely the most unhinged. That's good to know that that checks out, Thespian. By the way, Thespian, you sounded great in your group yesterday. Thanks for sharing that. Viking, Northern Norwegian, dope. 7'4", 6'10", 6'5". Dang, KD. The modeling industry is too toxic. Let me instead enter a closed off old boys club as a professional classical musician. Yeah, Almanacs, choose your hard, right? I'm not sure if she wants me to say her name, if I want, but like the person that I was discussing this, uh, person I dated, um, in college, she ended up, she always wanted to move to New York and like be in the scene. She loves that culture, um, of like the arts in New York, and she got like a really great job there and is happy and is living that life. She made fun of me because I was like, she wanted, like, what do you want to do after college? And she was like, I want to go to like, and she would say that I want to go to New York and all that. And I was like, I want to go somewhere quiet and sing real good. She's like, so you want to retire? And I was like, you make it sound like a bad thing, you know. Very clear that we had different sort of priorities. Um, my friend Rachel said, "You guys never made sense to me. She's like this Disney princess, and you're this like French revolutionary who gets angry over everything," which was definitely more true at the time than it is now. I've calmed down quite a bit since then, but yeah, she's dope. Someone has to make that much noise has to be a bit interesting. I mean, I think, yeah, absolutely, Agent. Like people who play tuba, you know, to look at that instrument and be like, that's what I want to do. It's got to be a little something screwy with you. But it's a cool instrument. Um, 6'5". Dang, almanacs. Okay, all right. My family and some friends or acquaintances have asked me if I model, that I should do editorial, but I was never sure about it. Montasia, you could probably do that. Why not? If it's for you. I mean, your slam poetry is dope. So like you could probably, if not for modeling, um, you might find it interesting to get into like photography so you can have imagery with your poems. I think that's me being. I like your work, so that's me being selfish and suggesting that idea. Um, yeah, another feeling get along with women way more general. Yeah, in general, it's been the same. Um, don't challenge me on my own turf, you will get schooled. I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, you already schooled me in JavaScript. That's for sure. Probably on the machine, but it's a fun time. Collaborative arts are there's something really rewarding about it. Thespian though. That's why like I'm really trying to work with people in the VTuber space because they're willing to and they're willing to put more work in and there's actually like a level of professionalism that I appreciate. Um, that's been pretty good. Measly 6 foot. Sam Reinhardt. 5'11", the tall enough club. Yeah. Someone told me I was like the perfect size for an ingenue in musical theater. I probably would have gotten a lot of work had I auditioned for musical theater stuff more often. Um, hey Caroline, thank you for showing me some Ed Sheeran. By the way, that was fun, y'all. So after the streams, um, we're gonna just hop in Discord and do this thing that we were doing yesterday, where we put together a watch together. Because like, there's no way I can. This came up a few times. Um, you know, I know a lot. So a lot of people solve this problem by, and the problem being, let me define the problem. The problem is that a lot of people want me to see a lot of things. Um, on stream, I feel a certain way about not giving value, right? The farther a genre is away from classical music, the more concentration I need when I do these sorts of reviews to listen to for vocal technique, audio things, musicianship, just stuff I can point out. And I don't prepare, so it does take me a little bit of like being on. And so there's only so much I can watch while live to if I'm going to honor that ethical practice. So, um, what what someone suggested yesterday, which was a really good idea, was like, why don't we just go in the Discord? You know, so we put a watch together, and everyone just kind of like threw in what they wanted to do, put in right, and we we all turned off our mics, which was nice. I get like a little stressed out when everyone's trying to talk. And just organically, everyone was like, let's not talk. Let's just turn off our mics and listen to music. And we just chatted in a voice chat thing, and it was great. And we did that basically until I went to sleep. And I slept real good. It was a really nice way to wind down. Um, so we're going to do that again. Uh, and probably make it like a thing we do after the stream. That way, like, people can share with me a lot of the things they care about. Because I want to learn about what you guys like. I want to learn about you guys. I want to learn about this space. And I can't do it all on stream. So it's a nice way to kind of like low pressure, just listen and sit back and get more in. Yeah. So that was really lovely. Thanks for doing that, y'all. Um, marching tuba is even more unhinged. My brother was in a marching band. There's nothing more terrifying than a 200-pound dude with a 150 blasting Galver. Yeah, the tuba ain't a subtle instrument. 5'8" used to be average when I was young, but now I'm below average. Happens, control a geek, you know. Yo, Captain, man, it's been a minute. Hey, how you doing? that instead of a 200-pound dude, it's a 5'1" girl. It's a different type of intimidation. Yeah. Um, did I watch Lord? I don't remember. To be honest with you, Almanacs. Captain is a dope singer, by the way, y'all. I haven't showed off your singing in a while, Captain, but yeah. Still have to catch up with yesterday's stream. That sounded like a blast. Yeah, it was. It was definitely a blast. Yeah, Thespian. Kind of was enjoyable though, you know. Because I think I get nervous with all the talking. I've had it to be where, particularly when I did a lot of Mariah stuff, I'd get a lot of people coming in, and they would like want my attention. And I don't know what to do with that when a lot of people are clamoring in voice, and it's hard to do that. I think it's just a stimulus, like a stimulation thing. Um, yeah. Yeah, Runely. We still ran into a little bit of it, but at least my channel wasn't at risk, right? Uh, yeah, yeah. Michi made me cry. I reached out to 16 Amano, actually. I emailed him and sent him a thing on Twitter. Um, I'd love to talk to him. Um, yo, Bugs. Yo, Bugs. So everybody, this is another individual I've been wanting to collaborate with who's been busy. The Bugs Are Bad is a childhood friend of mine, and he's on Twitch, and I think he's one of the best. I look up to him in terms of community management. Um, Bugs does is like some really cool stuff with his community. Let me just throw his channel up real quick uh, on stream. You know, we've been grinding social media together for a few years now, and you know, there's always ups and downs in this space, and we try to root each other on. And one of the things that I really need to get better at, I think, is like, you know, get just hopping into Discord, show his stuff off a little bit. Um, so like a lot of the way that he does like community game stuff is a real inspiration to me. He's really good at like hosting his own servers, making like a, you know, when I couldn't visit family on Christmas and on my birthday, which is around the same time, he happened to have a, uh, a Pal World server up. We all just played a bunch of Pal World for way too long, and I got competitive again and kind of ruined it a little bit. So as I as I want to do with games, so I got to chill a little bit. But um, yeah, oh, it was Medicine, Reinhardt. Yeah, Medicine is the thing that uh, brought me to tears there. Yeah, so I've been wanting to do collaborations with Bugs for community game events because like I want stuff to do on weekends that I can chill. Um, because Devin Nash does that kind of thing. Like he stays very much on topic in his niche, and then on weekends he enjoys like time with his community. I like hanging with you guys. That's not work, right? But I don't want to coordinate a lot of stuff, and Bugs is like really good at that. So like there's been periods of times where he's doing better than me and numbers and all that stuff. So like any injection I can get of people to kind of participate in what Bugs does so well, it's a good time. He just gives people a good time, man. Um, I had a blast doing that Pal World thing. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, just plugging my man here. Uh, but that's all honest what I just said. I do feel that way. That's not nah. It's not just a glaze. Bugs does content and community in a way that is aspirational for me. So, um, that was a vibe. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I got competitive again. Oh man. Okay, hold on. No, I got a funny story. This is really funny. Stretch. Woo. Okay. I was shrimpifying, y'all. I have to unlock my final form. No problem, dude. You do the same for me all the time. So, okay. Back when I was like really playing Warcraft 3, and Bugs and I were teenagers. And don't worry, Bugs, we're not gonna get into how toxic we were. This is the game. You'll remember the story. I think I tell this one all the time. I think you and I were gushing about this game too. So we're playing twos, right? Now I'm at this point like competing in like small tournaments and stuff like that. Like I'm at pretty much my best that I was at that game. So when I played with my friends, usually I took it upon myself to like 2v1 or 2v or 3v1, right? So I was taking on two people, and I was letting Bugs do his thing, right? Game is going on for like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, and I'm like, Bugs, I cannot keep these guys down forever. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm almost there. I'm almost good. I'm going to attack the player on the top left. I was like, 8 minutes in, and you're just getting ready to attack? What are you doing? So I look over. This lunatic built... So the max food supply in Warcraft 3 is 100. He built 100 peasants, human workers, built a keep next to this person's base so that he could call militia, which means in human Warcraft 3, your peasants, your workers, which are the weakest units you can make, can turn into militia. So they're slightly stronger. They have a fast attack speed and a faster movement speed. So he just flooded this nerd's base with 100 workers and killed him. Absolutely worth it. I was getting mad. I was like, dude, like, you literally build anything and we win. What are you doing? Like, I am crushing these nerds, but I can't keep them down. What are you doing? Killing them with workers. One of the best games of Warcraft 3 ever. It wasn't a militia rush. It was a militia timing attack. 100 peasants. Yeah. Now, playing with Bugs also reminds me how to have fun, because I get way too competitive. This absolute lunatic. The one time he beat me, I was so salty. I was so salty. All I had to do was build an extra tower, and I didn't want to do it because like towers in RTS building static defense is not ideal. And I thought he was going to tech, and I should have stabilized. And oh man, I was salty for like 3 weeks. I was such an a-hole about it. Yeah. No, playing with Bugs is a great time. Yeah. I was one of, yeah, it was easy. It was so easy to get good and compete at that time period because like esports wasn't really a thing. People didn't even know professional replays existed. And I was like a student of the game. But my mechanics were really bad. One of the reasons I was attracted to classical music is that I hit a wall. I leveraged my mind to beat people in strategy games. But like there got to a point where just the game was so figured out, you couldn't out clever somebody. And I just ran into idiots who had better mechanics than me and I just lost. And so I was like, next thing I do, I'm going to make sure my mechanics are really good so that I can just overwhelm people with mechanics. And turns out I'm kind of bad at that approach. I would have been a lot better off, I think, in my study of music had I pushed myself a little bit on technique and mechanics and spent more time on musicianship than I did. I thought musicianship would be like more of a mental exercise. It's not. It's like language. You can't outsmart language. You can't clever it. It's a lot of just rote memorization and practice. I'm good with acting for that reason, and improv I was always good at. I never had to work too hard at improv. I should have done more because of the structure of it, but like, yeah. But But like, I am glad that I worked a little bit more on technique. But I definitely went overboard because I don't do anything casual. Anyway, sometimes winning isn't enough. You have to do it with pizzazz. Yeah, Salt Bay, absolutely. Caroline, low charting the meta. Yep. Yeah, I mean, a lot of build orders now are like that. What's funny now is when I play in every now and then when I play like Legacy of the Void, you know, people because StarCraft 2 went free to play. There are a lot of newer players who didn't like, they didn't play Wings of Liberty. So like, I'll crack out a real old build order, like Baneling Overlord drops, which they nerfed significantly, but people don't know what to do against it because they didn't play against it. So I'll crack that out, and it's a lot of fun to watch people struggle with that. And they're like, "Why would you do this? This is not a good strategy." I'm like, "Yeah, but you've never seen it before. So get wrecked, nerd." Anyway, I don't play RTS anywhere near as much as I used to. Um, when you can just be chaos, yeah, that's your playstyle personified, Bugs. You're a lunatic, man. Um, yeah, I was just an idiot, so I played the drums. Some drummers, man, like the time signature stuff that drummers end up learning is like really 200 IQ though. Some disciplines where mechanics are the most important thing. There are others where it's near useless. Yeah, yeah. Um, although I would say, like, I watched my brother like use Vim like a speed demon. That's pretty cool. He says he went overboard on it, and he doesn't find it as useful as just writing good code to begin with and like thinking through a problem. But it is really fun to watch my brother cook and code like a maniac. Yeah. When people say people don't need to learn to write anymore and can just use AI, I'm like, there is no world where, I mean, yes, AI can spit out a tremendous amount of code, but it's not going to be logical. It doesn't always make sense. Watching my brother do Vim. Let me show off my brother's Vim skills. This is him just screwing around. Um, um, this is going to be definitely more of a chill stream today, guys, just because I'm a little fried in a good way. I'm starting to feel like relaxed about like where things are with the channel. Um, especially like Reinhardt and Kisamari helping out has been so dope. And agreeing to work, like Daryl agreeing to work with me, Bajru agreeing to work with me, everyone's support. It's like I can, like, you know, obviously I'm still going to work, but like I'm not afraid to take a day off or two, which is super nice. But yeah, I want to see, I want to show you guys my brother cooking on Vim. I asked him for, there was a phase where Obsidian and Too Boring were like a little too into AI and some of their contributions. And I'm going to mute this because it's a little loud. But I was trying to say, like, because they were like, we want to make stuff fast. I was like, cool, let's make stuff fast, but let me show you how it works to do it fast. My brother is the Lemage. Discord night was great. It's a lot of fun. So for those, there's a couple engineers. This might not look like a lot for folks who are not engineers, but like, this is my brother doing Vim motions. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good that that's part of the scoring criteria, Thespian. Sorry, I'm catching up with folks. I do the same thing in Overwatch now against people who only have really played 5v5 in the 6v6 mode. Yeah. Yeah, you can bust out some goats and stuff like that. Oh, I guess you can't nowadays, but I've heard good things about Tool. Those people don't know how to code and are coping. Yeah, Katie. Yeah. Frank unironically uses Vim for his note taking. He's also on Arch. He uses Arch, by the way. You know, the Arch user or the Arch Linux user, yeah, using Vim casually to take notes, yeah, that tracks. Um, oh, it's so good, Matt. I'm having such a good time. Yeah, but that's my brother, just casually messing around with Vim. So for those who like maybe don't understand what's going on, because not even Obsidian and Too Boring, because I had to explain it. Um, my brother is basically um, kind of creating a structure for his code. My brother started when he was 9, so like he doesn't always follow conventions because he was mostly self-taught until he went to college. Um, so and he writes in a lot of C and C++. So he's just planning out his program. And for funsies out of this, he actually made a video game for fun. Yeah. I use Arch, by the way. I thought about moving to Linux, but yeah, anyway. So we're just going to chat until the lesson with Montasia, um, which is in like 15 minutes ish, 17 minutes ish. Um, yeah. Yeah, Matt. Yeah. Um, we were talking a lot about like, it's kind of like when Schuster was on, we discussed this, how like people get a little too caught up in like, the language and they get caught up in weird stuff. Um, you know, like, oh, Python be slow. So it depends, right? It's usually not of consequence. But like, people who are fresh out of school and who don't like make projects from beginning to end, they kind of get caught up in some things that are not really the point. Almost like music and musicians. Technique. What about the art? Wait, what about it? Yeah. Yeah, man. Montage is a cool cat. Yeah, I mean everything can be slow. If I mean, yeah, Python is more prone to be slow. Terrible with technology. Closest to any computer savvy thing I do is the cutscene keyboards to make pretty click clack satisfying. With not like us, yeah, yeah. Keyboards can be satisfying. Um. Oh man, I'm so glad I didn't film yesterday's lesson. So turns out I had made a mistake in my booking portal where I didn't have the free lesson option up. So people had done a booking and then canceled their payment to because I said I'm doing free lessons. Go ahead and use the booking portal, free lessons. So it totally makes sense. And I didn't have the free lesson option up. So yesterday was a free lesson, uh, and you guys would have roasted me. He was having back tension, lower back tension specifically. So I said, "Do the Bajaru," and it worked. And I said, "Don't tell anybody." But it's too funny not to tell y'all. So, but I was wiped. So we're gonna kind of I give him a few stretches, and he's coming on Monday. Anyway, they taught us Java in school. Yeah, a lot of programs. I was looking at some degrees because I wanted to see if I could I love programming, man, but it's like for some reason I can't do it and this. Um, I think it's just a comfort in it. Um, yeah, the irony, Sloppy Joe. Yeah, Joey. It's just, but like it is a deep stretch. It is a very deep stretch. Time wise, I couldn't get. I tried to do that because once upon a time, because all things, an old therapist who's kind of brilliant used to sit like that all the time, and so I was like, what if I sit like this? Like this would stretch me out if I did this. But I was too tight. I couldn't get my feet up on the chair. Um, like I'd have to do all sorts of things. I couldn't balance. So I was too stiff. So that I can do it now is actually kind of progress uh, in terms of back tension. It's like I was saying beginning of the stream. Like my back is like feels so sore from the intensity of that stretch. It's a good thing though. Yeah, the Bajaru. I mean, listen, if you got tension, like that's a really intense stretch to do that. Um, why are you work during Easter weekend? I don't celebrate Easter, or I don't observe it. Um, yeah. Um, Chocolate eggs. We get an egg-shaped box with goodies. More variety. Just making me a pretty big. Ah, dope. I told someone to sit in such a way that where they would stretch their lower back. So I tried literally three or four stretches before then, and so I tried having them do a lunge to stretch their psoas because I thought that would be the problem. And I asked them if they felt the stretch because people don't always like to turn their cameras on, so I sometimes have to kind of do process of elimination. He said he didn't feel it in his psoas; he felt it in his lower back. I was like, okay, so your lower back is tight. And I was like, I do know the answer to this. It's the Baji room. So I had him sit like this. And for those of you who haven't been following along, Bajaru will often sing, oh my God, with her knees up. This, let me turn on my camera, my other camera. So it is objectively hilarious that this is as effective as it is. For like addressing a very specific problem. So groups of muscles that are at like the hips and shoulders are some of the most consequential muscle groupings because everything's on a like is kind of a fulcrum, right? Particularly the hips. This is true for that. So when you have a bunch of tight muscles in your lower back, if we remove the lats, you'll see that there's a lot of muscles here, lot of stuff going on, right? Tons of muscles. So if you got a bunch of tight lower back muscles, that's going to affect everything, and your intercostals have no chance, none. And it will mess your posture up. So it'll cause what's called an anterior pelvic tilt, where your glutes will kind of like splay up like that, which means your back arches this way, which means your chin juts forward to counterbalance. So like a lot of people who like are like this with their head when they sing, a lot of that has to do sometimes, not all depends, a lot of times that has to do with the lower back. And they do this in an attempt to kind of be able to raise their larynx when they sing. Because the larynx has to be able to move. And if you have all this tension, it can affect look how tiny this thing is in comparison, right? And look at how many muscles that are connected here. Like it's so easy to drag this thing down. So so that's what was happening to him. A lot of people will like try to correct this by saying like, tuck your chin. And all you're doing with that is you're just adding tension. So like when someone juts their chin forward and they have that habit, you have to find out where the problem is and where it originates from. So I had him do a couple stretches. I thought maybe it had to do with the lats because the lats are really strong, and so sometimes like what we did with Phantom, since I knew he lifted, okay, his lats are really strong, so we're gonna have him stretch the lats, and that was very effective for him. That wasn't doing much of solving this guy's problems. So I had him stretch the psoas just in case, and then when that didn't work, and he said he felt it in the back, I was like, boom, that's the problem. So now we have the diagnosis. Now we know what's going on. I just happen to now know a very intense stretch for the lower back in shrimpification. So yeah. When your physical therapy and your singing experience butt heads. Well, Pilates. Yeah. Um, uh, yeah, I think programming can be very creative. Very creative. I think it's that like more like I don't have the same freedom. Like I can't roll out of bed and code. I can roll out of bed and be entertaining. I can roll out of bed and sing. I can't roll out of bed and code. I'm just not there yet. You know, I don't have my 10 years, 10,000 hours yet. So like, you know, it takes me a lot of thinking, a lot of critical thinking. So your glutes get caked up, they can. It's not always the problem, but yeah, they can from this. There's keep in mind, guys, there's like you can generally figure something out. Like if one thing is tight, it'll show up in a contrary way. So like if this is this way, then the head will counterbalance, right? So you can kind of figure things out by through counterbalance. But then sometimes people will do crazy things like they'll do that, then they don't want their head to jump forward, so then they'll contract even more, and then they're splaying their entire back. Like people do crazy things with their bodies. So we develop all these crazy habits that are really inefficient. So there's any kind of combination. You just got to kind of suss it out. Love to be more creative, but would also like to learn programming. I don't know if I have the time for all that. Yeah, it's hard. Only so much time in a day, right? Live coding to create music is a reasonable dip into that. That's true. I have a huge swath of stuff to learn. Yeah, that's a good point, Kenobi. How did you learn it was the back? Process of elimination. Does Velato, yeah. You can roll it out of bed and get back in. Joey, you're good at what you do, man. And you're a smart guy. So you can kind of do a lot of different things. There's like from what I understand, Joey, you're really good at basketball. Don't kill me. That's mostly thinking in systems and processes. It's less about the code itself usually. Yeah, but the conscious thought that takes, like when I improv in this environment, when I'm like freaking out or doing, like one of my like the Bajaru bit, that crash out, totally improv, right? Also, definitely came from my soul, because I've been practicing and trying to get like there was like legit frustration there, but like like a lot of the jokes and the cracks and all this, it's totally improv. You cannot be in a space of mind where you're being very deliberate and conscious and planning like you would with coding. You can't be in that mindset when you're at least when you're in the design phase. There are definitely moments where that I've had when coding where it's like I see the solution. Now I just have to let my hands go and type. But that does not happen often. I do not hit flow often when I code because I don't have the experience. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. So it's hard for me to get into that mindset of like, jumping around and screaming to be entertaining and then also be able to code. It's hard, especially if I'm tired. Oh my God, the stretch, man. Deductive reasoning for the win. Yeah. It is the Joey. Yes. The one and only. The basketball legend. I mean, it won't come with time, Matt, if I don't code. And I haven't been coding. Because, like, if I'm not live, we're not making videos. I'm not live, right? Not that I don't enjoy it. I love being live. It's my favorite kind of content that y'all watch me sit in a chair like a shrimp, pontificate, and just chat with y'all is a blessing. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, Maya. Um, is it Maya or Maya? Let me know if I'm getting it wrong, please. But yeah, Montasia's a fun human. Uh, yeah, the one true Joey, dunking on kids. Um, Still have the basics of music to study. There's so many side quests I have to finish and understand what I learned. Yeah, Vestra, that's we love our side quests here. I hate coding, but my job ruined it for me. Yeah, yeah, Joey. I mean, we've had a bit of a chit chat about that. I think you would enjoy it in a much different context. But yeah, Maya, thank you, much appreciated. Last side quest was why do you need half steps if all good sounding frequencies are notes? Not quite sure I follow. Um, hey, Lilypop. Yeah, agent, man, it's everyone's been so chill. Like that everyone can hop into Discord and just be chill is super nice. One of my favorite stories about like one of the reasons why so like the Mariah fans are dope. Um but like lambs can get a little crazy sometimes. Um so let's put it this way. So Montasia and Joey will know what I mean by this. During one of my streams for Mariah, apples apples had to ban someone for being inappropriate. Luckily, I didn't see what was said, but Apples was like, that's too much. Apples did that. Okay. So that's like sometimes the Mariah content can attract that kind of people. And not obviously that's like not every lamb is like that for sure, right? But like, this just point is I would need more moderation. Yeah, Montasia, yeah. Apples had to ban somebody. That's crazy. Apples had to lecture somebody on being off base, yeah, which is crazy. But yeah, sometimes people can be a little wild. And the fact that we're at the numbers that we're at now, it had to be bad. Yes. The fact that we're at the numbers that we are now, and we don't really have a lot of active mods, it's crazy. So y'all are based. All right, lesson time. Um, of all things, now I have to go to the bathroom. This is a weakness. I must take shots at the Bajur stance. But let's get you on a call, Montasia, first. Sorry, I've had a lot of DMs since our last DM, so let me just. Yeah, it's. So I'm looking for your red avatar. Um, I'm so sorry, Montage. Do you mind DMing me real quick on Discord so we can get on a call? Trying to look for your red avatar because I'm in streamer mode, so I can't see everyone's names. Maya, everything you're saying is true. There we go. Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me turn you up a little bit. Okay, say something again.
Hmm?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Um,
Okay, good.
so you don't need to turn your camera on. Privacy is dope for everybody involved. So you
Okay.
can if you want. It's not necessary. Um, you want to sing a little something, so folks can hear what we're working with, what we're starting with. And let me turn my camera on so you can see. The stream is always going to be a little bit behind. So if I'm demonstrating
Okay.
something, you can reference this.
Okay. Um, should I sing?
Is there any way you can turn up your input gain actually a little bit?
Oh yeah. Open up. Input. Oh, is this better?
A little bit, yeah.
I'll
All
turn it
right.
all the way.
Feel free to uh, sing a thing. See what we're starting with. Do you have a tune by chance?
Mm.
It can be anything. It can be Happy Birthday.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya.
Okay. Let's see here. You made some progress actually since the last time you sent me something. So good job practicing. Um,
Yay.
yeah. So we're in a. It's always nerve wracking a little bit being on a live stream. So we're just going to take a few moments to do some breath stuff, and while we do that,
Okay.
we'll work on some tension issues. Um, place your hand on your lower back and also on your
Okay.
chest here. Okay. When you breathe, try to let them expand a little bit into your hands, and just take a few moments to do that. You don't need to sing out; just kind of pay attention, key, and you can close your eyes if that helps you pay attention too. And if it helps a little bit, you can kind of might happen is that the lower back might be hard to breathe into. Is it, by the way?
Yeah.
So what you might be able to do is you can kind of move your hips a little back and forth, like side to side, I would say, and that might help you
Okay.
kind of find it a little bit. And just play around with it. You don't need a rhythm or anything like that, and see if that helps a little bit. Let me know if it does.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, good, good. All right. First note was "Happy Birthday," something like that, right?
Yeah.
So once you feel like you're comfortable breathing and everything's working, go "Ha" on an exhale whenever you're ready.
Ah.
Nicer. Yeah, that's nicer. Take a little bit, a few moments with the move the one that was on your chest towards like under your belly button, uh,
Okay.
like near the belt line, if you will. And breathe there. Keep kind of moving the hips back and forth. Take some time, and whenever you feel like things are moving well, start with that note again.
Happy birthday to ya.
So just the ah, and then
Okay.
ah, that
Ah.
nice.
Ah.
So what's going on here is when I have you do that sigh thing, you're not exhaling as rapidly, right?
Okay.
How many of the lessons did you watch? Because sometimes I ask people to do this thing. I need to explain a little bit. It's called audiating. Did you ever watch one of my lessons where I went over audiating?
No.
Okay. So what audiating is hearing something in your mind. So I want you to sing the song in your mind and physically do it as if you were going to do it, but don't actually phonate. It makes it easier to pay attention to your body. Okay. So do the ha a few times silently, but think it and do it with your body. I'm going to take a little bit of a note what happens. And when you start to feel like, oh, okay, that's what's happening, let me know. Have you audiate a second thing.
Okay. Ah.
Okay. I want you now to silently audiate. Remember, we're not phonating. We're just kind of figuring stuff out
Mhm.
and see what our body's doing. Do the happy birthday. Start on that note. Again, just observe what's happening with your body. You're audiating, you're not phonating, okay?
Mhm.
Do you feel a difference in what you're doing in the sigh versus when you're starting the note?
Yeah.
Yeah. A little too much punch in your torso
Mhm.
contraction. So when you sing the happy birthday, whatever the notes are,
Mhm.
start a little bit more gently. Okay?
Okay. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya.
Nice. Easier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds better too. So now that we have that, that's your onset. That's how you're going to start. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, it started well, right? And then we went on. And as we went on, get it out a little bit. Totally normal. The exercise for this is the lip trill. What this exercise is useful for is like when it's inconsistent, it's not it's not going your way. So it's the goal with the lip trill is to be consistent.
Mhm.
Not going to work. Right? So on my lower notes, I need more breath. Right? So the goal is to try and do some consistency. So have you ever done the lip trill before? It might take a little bit of time to figure out if not.
Yeah.
You have? Okay.
Mhm.
So sing that happy birthday. Remember the onset to be gentle, the start of the note to be gentle.
Mhm.
And sing through it and try to get that lip trill to be consistent.
Mhm.
So, ah, see how you're stopping on your consonants?
Mhm.
Let me give you an image real quick. Sense a little bit of this. Why is this like this? I want to flashbang myself. Right. So we want our breath to be consistent through the phrase.
Mhm.
Consonants happen on the breath. We don't stop our breath for consonants. Okay?
Mhm.
This is true almost in, I can't think of a style of music where this is actually untrue. Happy birthday to, like, like it's just on the breath. You don't have to stop. So when you do the lip trill, even through the consonants, keep that thing consistent. Okay?
Okay.
Do you see how it's still a little inconsistent through the consonants? Actually, that was better. I shouldn't have stopped you. You were cooking. My bad. Keep going. You're figuring it out. My bad. You remember that in one of the DMs you sent me, I said like if you wave your hand kind of with the music. I think this was you that
Mm.
I said to do that.
Yeah.
Do that. Nice.
I
Nice.
don't know.
So I have to use the restroom. Keep cooking with
Okay.
that. That actually
Okay.
really did help you. While you're doing that, also play a little bit of like with the hip rotation thing with the
Okay.
side to side, just that gentleness, just
¿Quieres
as a
terminar?
reminder. Because, like, it's a one
Mm.
hour lesson that we're 10 minutes into. So,
Okay.
it's like we start there, we want to bring our attention back there because these problems don't just like evaporate, right? So, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to go use the bathroom. You cook on that one a little bit. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. I messed it up. I had to take a tea break.
Okay. Bring your hand back to your chest a little bit, okay? Because I hear a little chest
Okay.
tension creeping in. And to answer someone's question, um, what does the hand do? Singing is weird in that so many of the things that we use when we sing, we've been using our entire lives. I don't need to teach her how to exhale. Right? She might know how to breathe, given that she's alive. So what the hand does is it informs the intent of the breath. So she was trying to bring out the consonants because this woman loves her words. And I do have the advantage of knowing. So she wants to do justice to the words, which is a phenomenal trait to have as an artist. Yet, um, what we can do is we can switch the focus. Instead of asking her to focus on the words and the consonants and the vowels and all that, I can give her a physical motion that allows her to focus on the music. So by waving her hand with the music, that changes the intention of the breath because it changes her focus. Only possible in instances where people are really comfortable doing a thing where we can actually appeal to someone's intuition. Luckily, most people can intuit breathing. It's that explanation. Um, yeah, just do some light inhales and exhales on your chest. Put your hand there a little bit. You Again, kind of keep the rocking motion of the hips.
And I am asthmatic, so this is helping a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Luckily, we're not doing a style of music that demands like massive inhale.
Mhm.
If this were like opera, or and even an opera, like tanking up is not always advantageous. Um, you know, it's going to show up. Oddly enough, asthma is going to show up more in your low notes if it's going to show up because that low notes require more breath.
Mhm.
So it's not usually that big of an issue, and even if it is, the fundamentals still apply. So, yeah. So let's do it to where now. Let me hear you do the lip trill with the keeping in mind your chest tension and
Mhm.
relaxing that. Okay? Okay. Thank you, Marvin. Yeah, I'm seeing the audio inconsistency. I'm trying to fix it. Okay. So now we need to go back to doing things a little bit more gently. Okay. One of the temptations with the lip trill is because we want it to be consistent. If we blow a lot of air, we can make it move, but the goal is to do it as gently as we can so that we have dynamic control. Right?
Okay.
So do so again, but try to make it a little bit more gentle this time. Okay? Yeah, much better. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Wavy. So bring back the hand wavy. This is some top tier lip trilling. By the way, your friend, great.
Yay!
Maya's fantastic to have in here. I love the positive energy, Maya. Thank you for bringing that in. Okay. And your friend is right. You're killing it. Okay, let's hear the tune.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya.
Okay. So the gentleness and the lip trills now solved your air problem. Now we got to bring our attention back to the hip and the right below your belly button. Okay? We got to bring that back so we can bring the depth of sound back.
Happy
Hold on,
birthday
hold on.
to ya. Oh.
So pay attention to your breathing, right? The body is the instrument, right? So if we want to make a correction and we know where something is, and this is good for practicing, right? We want to sing so badly, right?
Mhm.
Because it's fun. But let's be a little bit disciplined. Bring your attention to where the problem is. If we sing, we're going to focus on the singing and not necessarily always the specific problem. So bring your hands to those places and breathe in and out and pay attention to what's going on.
Okay.
Move your hand to your chest as well. What's going on there? And let's go back to the ah. But when you're ready. There we go. Take a little bit of a bigger inhale. And just be gentle with the exhale, okay? It's a nice sound. How'd that feel?
Good.
Nice. Okay, do that a few more times. How was your chest there? Pay attention to your chest a little bit. Good. Now pay attention to the below the belly button. You know where your solar plexus is?
Yeah.
Right in the sternum, below the chest, where your rib cage meets. Place your hand there. Breathe into that a little bit. Tell me what's going on with that. A little stiff, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Breathe in that a little bit
I feel
until it
lightheaded.
moves. What's that?
I got lightheaded.
Oh,
Okay, though.
so lightheaded means you're not expending enough air. Okay? So when you do the sigh, make sure you let it all out. Okay? Ah. Okay?
Mhm.
Nice. Bring back the hip rotation a little bit.
Is it the hot again?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Nice. How long has it been since you had a little water?
Um, last night.
Go get some water. Okay.
Okay.
The air, there's an airiness that's coming in, and it's not a technique thing. It's that you're dehydrated. Okay? And if you have a little bit of dairy anywhere around, and you have just a smidgen of it, that might help too. To get you need the mucosal lining back. So take your time to do that.
Okay.
Take like
I'll
5 minutes.
get some yogurt.
Yeah, 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 that'll work. Hey, Space, you ready in about 30 minutes? And to answer your question, Space, you can have your camera on or off. It's fine. But given that you're a content creator, I think you're comfortable having your face on. It would be nice to have your face on. But yeah. I'm gonna get myself some water too. I'm a giant hypocrite. Ha ha, Space. You know, if it doesn't work out this time, that's okay. Um, you know,
I'm back.
Nice. Okay. Might take a little bit for the dairy stuff to kind of settle.
Mhm.
You had some water, right?
Yeah, water and yogurt.
Be good. Okay. All right. Um, the happy is going to dry you out a little bit. So, um, let's start on birthday.
Birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. That happy.
Let's do a little bit of this. So before I was telling you to rock.
Mhm.
All right. All right. If you can't hear me, let me know.
Okay.
Really allow, like, rotate the hips such that like your shoulders are moving. Get that, like, sure that that's all working real easy and smooth and not stiff. Get comfortable doing that. Okay. Make sure your knees are moving with freedom. Okay. And once that's working okay and you're feeling good about that, try again. Take your time. There's no rush.
Makes me feel so feminine.
Ah,
Okay.
totally on purpose? Question mark.
Birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya.
Okay. Are you doing the rotations while you're singing?
No, should I?
Yeah.
Okay. Birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya.
A little easier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing. All right. Your folds right now don't have the mucosa lining. It's going to take a little bit for the dairy to kick in. Okay. Um, 15 minutes. If we keep singing, uh, it's not going to, it's not going to do any favors. Okay. Singing without a mucosa lining is just going to drain. But let's go over what we went over. You tell me, what did we do today? And obviously, there's going to be a video on the second channel, and that's going to help. But what did we do?
Breathing. Um,
Why? And where?
from the chest, from the lower back, and from underneath the belly button, as well as in the solar plexus area,
Mm-hmm.
so that we could set a good foundation for the physical aspect of singing.
So I'm going to get even more specific than that. You had some tensions in in those areas, right? Things weren't moving as freely. So it was affecting some things, like your soft palate was going down. It affected your ability to control exhale. Okay.
Mhm.
So once those were out of the way, what did we do next?
Hip movements.
Why did we do hip movements?
To loosen up.
Sure. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. Cannot lock what is in motion, right? So if I try to
Mhm.
flex my bicep while I'm doing this, it's made much more difficult.
Mhm.
Specific about that. What do we do next?
Lip trills.
Lip trills. Why did we do lip trills?
so that we could focus on the amount of air you're using.
Breath consistency.
And dynamics.
It'll help with dynamics, but yeah, it solves quite a lot of problems. Breath consistency will help you with your phrasing. What else did we do for breath consistency? Oh, there it
Simple
is.
breathing. Breathing.
Sorry, can you speak a little bit closer on your microphone?
Breathing.
What about this?
Oh yeah, the wave.
Yeah. And what did that do?
um
Bit of a trick question. It's still breath consistency. Yeah, you were hitting your consonants real hard and stopping your breath on
Mhm.
your consonants because you're someone who loves words. The consonants matter to you. I'm going to get these in. This is entirely presumptuous of your psychology, but it's fun. It's a fun narrative for me. I have no idea if that's why you were doing it, but
Mm.
you know, I like to celebrate your work, so that's why. Um, so yeah, and then we did. What was the last thing we did?
The last thing?
Mhm. We did the hip rotation stuff, which we already
Oh
kind
yeah.
of discussed. It was just we did it a little differently.
While singing.
Yes.
Mm.
So here's what I want you to do. Usually, I ask people to wait a week or two, but because you don't have a mucosal lining right now, and I don't want to instill bad habits when you're making really rapid progress,
Mm.
what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to book something sooner rather than later. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're gonna end early because
Okay.
again, it's just no point in working with you when you're setting. Yeah, body's the instrument. You got to let your
Mm-hmm.
body hydrate, get that mucosal lining back. So next lesson, make sure you're well and hydrated. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And I
Thank
can't wait to
you.
work with you again. You have a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Bye bye.
And your friend is great.
We love
Yeah,
Maya.
Maya's great to have it. Okay. So I'll see you soon. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay. Can you do the exercises without knowing if you need them? Yeah. There's no harm in that. Um, you'll end up learning more as you watch these lessons. You'll start to see patterns in my logic of what, like, you'll hear a sound and you'll hear me give an exercise, and I always try to explain why. And as you watch more and more lessons, you'll start to hear like the things I'm pointing out. Usually this takes about 2 years. Um, but like you guys will start to hear stuff that I'm hearing as you watch these lessons more. That's why the second channel is trying to be more dedicated to that. We haven't been great with uploading because it's hard for Obsidian to name those things. I was actually going to ask possibly for some help with this from some of the folks in the more singing oriented communities, but I can also just name them. But with the amount of content we upload, it's like anytime something takes 30 seconds to a minute to 2 minutes, like it's like eesh, that compounds pretty quickly. So I try to avoid um, tedium like that. But Obsidian's having a hard time naming um, the voice lesson content. I'm having a hard time choosing the thumbnails as well, making the thumbnails, so I got to figure out what to do with that. So we haven't uploaded everything that we should be uploading. So my apologies on that, y'all. We only have the fan. I'm just going to say screw it and bump the compressor on the RC505. I'm so sick of trying to adjust my volume on the fly. Unfortunately. Sorry, that's probably easier for y'all to hear. Probably doesn't sound as nice though, my bad. But I'm sick of like playing with the volume knobs as I'm trying to stream. I also think maybe the mic tilted down a little bit. Yeah. Your pleasure to have in here, Maya. Thanks. Yeah, we like celebrating singing and singers here. I thought for years music lessons were only to learn how to hit the notes. I mean that's a part of it. Sibilants or blessing, yeah. It might be a little much. I'll bring it down a little bit. It seems to be having a lot to do with proximity. I don't know what is going on. This thing. I need Saber back in here because like now it's going crazy. Like now it's real loud, and I'm not touching anything, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's like a power thing, like if the phantom power is inconsistent in the 6i6 or something, but I think that's a good idea, Agent. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. Um, um, anyway, how old is the 6i6? Not that old. It's older, but it is not that old. I got it used, and it's never been like this bad. So I don't know what's up. Or if it's a Windows thing. I don't know. Maya brings light into every room. Aphrodite bless Maya. Yeah. At some point, Montasia, I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind working with you on some poetry or lyricism. Because you have a real gift for words. And it'd be fun just to try something out. Maybe you could write one of my crash outs. Or something like that. It'd be fun to work together on something. Total side note, and absolutely not required, but just a thought. Yeah, Windows. Yeah, yeah. Her slam poetry's dope. She's like been in competitions and stuff. But so it wouldn't be. I don't think it's the cable, because the cable is routed like. I mean, you know, replacing the cable is never a bad idea. It is an older cable. But yeah, Ghostwriter. We don't do Ghost here. I give Montasia credit. Everybody works on a thing. Full transparency here. If I use Melodyne, people will know it's on the channel. We don't do behind the scenes. I don't like that kind of thing. If someone worked on a thing, they're going to get credit for it. But it'd just be fun. Have you seen my Bajaru crash out, Montasia? Oh yeah, I should pin the lesson channel. Let me do that. I'm talking about it, I might as well have it pinned. We're trying to get it to 500 subs. so that I can monetize it. But we're also not getting a lot of views on it. Don't worry, guys. It's not on you. That's on me to figure out how to frame this content. There's a lot of people who do like voice lesson content, um, and get plenty of views. So I just need to learn how to frame this stuff. It's just a new niche for me. Um, so yeah. Um, and how fast you can make note of what people can do. Well, I know Montasia a little bit. Montasia has been following my channel and has been saying very kind things about my content for a few years now. Same with Joey. Apples I mentioned earlier as well. And yeah, those folks I would consider friends, honestly. Um, Captain, who was in here a little bit ago as well. Um, yeah, OGs of the channel. So I have an advantage knowing them a little bit. Hey, Poofster. Um, Mayor Wing, Brother Eric. Yeah, Montasia, I'm sorry I didn't ask. If you have something that I can plug um, next time, um, whenever the next lesson is, let me know. I'd love to plug some of your stuff because your slam poetry is dope. Um, the only ghost is Ghost Beatbox. Yeah, the only ghost on the channel is Ghost Beatbox. Yeah, Dovos, it could be power fluctuation. There's been some stuff with the lights that make me think that. I have solar, so that might be it. Um, um, so the channel will have all of that stuff. Presme. Sorry, I'm going back up as I'm trying to read everybody's questions. Um, you try the same hardware setup except on a Mac off stream, see if it was Windows or not? Possibly, but my setup is very elaborate, so it wouldn't be an easy breakdown. There's a lot of parts, like one of the challenges for Saber and Lightshard when they come in and help me is that my setup tends to be quite elaborate because I want to be able to use the looper, and that makes it challenging. I have a mic into a Scarlett 6i6 into Reaper on the Mac out, and that's outed into the RC505, which then goes into the PC, and then I have effects on the OBS. So like, there's a lot of things in the chain that could be causing this. We have to really problem solve here. Can I ask about the lesson just to confirm some stuff on my ear picked up on? Go for it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw a poster that. Yeah, listen, everybody, because we love opera singers love vocal athleticism, right? And that's like beatboxers are doing crazy stuff with their voice and their mouths and doing all kinds of wild stuff, wild shenanigans. So yeah, it's really interesting. Dr. Blaylock told me to contact him mid-April, um, so I'm gonna reach out to him again, um, because I love having Dr. Blaylock on. I love talking about beatboxing. Don't steal her from me. I wouldn't dare. Um, yeah, it's a big chain. Yeah. You should have a second. Yeah, in the suggested channel. It's a good idea. I don't know how to do that stuff though. Um, let's see. Um, I'll figure that out. let me tag Obsidian and let me be absolutely lazy. Um, and tag my editors and be like, hey, yeah. And then I should put it on Discord as well. I'm not doing a great job promoting it. That crazy lady that comes for looking for the Imani came in here today. Or on. Oh dang! I think I got my voice down to either first octave or low second octaves. Oh, yeah, without your spectrogram space. We're trying to figure out how to do a browser one. And a note of the craft I was doing when I started hanging around. Granted, I was, and I'm very chatty about it. Yeah, I mean, like this is my social life agent, basically. Has been for a while. I don't have a car. I don't do nightlife. So where I'm at, like, what am I gonna do? You know. So, like, yeah. So I recognize people's names. Um, hey, Defiant. Defiant. I have free voice lessons now. Sign up. And I want to see. Want to see what you did with the last one we did. So, the booking portal. Let me send you that. I'm not sure if you saw Defiant, but people funded free voice lessons for the channel, so I can teach for free. Which is still insane to me. Yeah. Um, Now I'm getting a little emotional. So let me change the thumbnail too, because people are going to click on for the Mariah stuff, and they're gonna come and find this stuff. So let me change this. Um, um, uh, Space. Do you mind linking me your channel? And in Discord real quick. Oh, right, in the booking portal. Well, the booking portal's in the description of the video. So, but yeah, Defiant, you should sign up. I only heard chord closure, vocal onset, larynx stuff. Did you do stretching and movement to loosen your body? Uh, um, so there were a couple things that were happening. The false folds were coming in, and the soft pellet was going down. Right, and so we often we can describe that as like throat closure, if you will. That is almost always a result of excess breath. So, I can't describe to you how I know where, usually just by sound, someone's tension is. Just years of doing it with Diane. I think Diane probably could have a better explanation. But like, so I had her working on that stuff. I'm not always right. But yeah, so the first thing was to get the tension resolved so that the false folds weren't retracting. Because you can tell someone don't push their voice, but what the hell does that mean? Right? You got to give them something to do. So, figuring out where that's happening and why it's happening is, for me, usually the first priority in almost any lesson. Yeah. How do I know it's no mucosal lining? Because it was getting worse. The breathy sound was kicking in more and more and more, despite things working that were working before being done. So like I didn't hear the false folds coming in. I didn't hear the soft palate going down. Um, and I just heard more and more of that breathy sound coming in. So when I asked her if she had drunk water, and she said last night was the last time, I was like mucosal lining. So that's how I knew. Um, yeah, she did a great job. And like I said, like there's, like my voice is really tired. Um, no, to this is a something I said before. Um, thank you, Space. Um, this is something I said before about um, my own singing. That people are commenting on some of my singing. They're saying, "Oh, it sounds so much better recently," or like but I can't do as much as I was doing, like when I first started singing Music Box of Fate. So how is it that my technique is better? Um, but my singing is not uh, better. Like my facility, my range and register, right? Like the tone you might think the tone is better. I think it's better. But like what's with the range and register, right? Swollen vocal folds, right? I don't have as much control. Uh, there's a fatigue in general. So like, you know, you can be doing things better and still have problems because of, you know, the humanness of the instrument. Um, so yeah. Um, oopsies. Can't we change the thumbnail? I forgot here. There we go. What are we doing? Sorry, just gotta change these thumbnails real quick. Oops. Um, okay. Take this. Voila. This. It's merged. Okay, come on now. Merged. My version of Thumbnail Maker is not ideal. Can't wait until that gets finished. All right. And sleep. I get the weekend for that. One has to do what they have to do, right? You're good, Space. Um, yeah, yeah, that is a valid excuse in my book, Space. So we're good. Interesting. At first, I thought it was weak closure was due to her relaxing everything because at the start of the lesson, it was there somewhat, but with the breath work, it got weaker. And yet, as more breath was being added, as was done with like the hip rotations, bigger inhale, it was still present. So more breath would generally be more vocal closure, right? And yet it wasn't solving the problem. We could have gone into, AS contraction, so like adding twang, maybe using E as a vowel. But given that it kept, no matter what was happening, like just more and more breathiness was happening, it's usually best to just not, because this is like one of the things that vocal closure is one of those things where people can think of it as solving more problems than it does. And if someone's voice is like, take for example mine, like I've swollen folds, right? How can I adjust with the uneven surface area that results from swollen folds? I can add more vocal closure. What does that do? It's going to make my voice more tired more quickly. It's going to increase the swelling, right? So like forcing your folds together to try and solve a problem is a really bad habit to develop. Yeah. You can solve a lot with it, but not a good idea to go for it. It's, yeah. I have an artist working on a PNG for me, faster. You're going to hear natural twang in my voice because I have omega epiglottis. I'm curious as to what that means. See a control geek. Yeah. All right. Space, what we're going to do, I'm going to go to the bathroom again. I'm going to make myself a coffee. Because I need to wake up. And, yeah. So, yeah. And then I can't wait to talk to you. So I apologize if it's going to be few minutes a little later than I intended. But one has to do the things. Yeah. Apologize for that. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, and I'll put a tune on. So we're trying to get I might retrack Monday or Tuesday, depending on how my vocal rest goes. I might retrack this. I think this is yeah. Was this dry? I think this is the dry version, without effects on it. Yeah. So, there we go. Little my cover for you. This is the most, in terms of the duet options for Baji and I, this is the most voted. So I'm going to retrack this for her. And I'll have Saber mix it up, and then Rosa will do the original. Rosa's just really busy. So yeah. But I'll be right back, guys. There we go. Right back.
Tirelessly I'll fight, I see your face. face again. Even far apart, nothing else could sway my heart. From the start, you shone brighter than heaven's star. The fire and the light, against the wills of God, we'll fight, tracing the sound. Oh, how your song resounds, eternally bound to you. Sin I'd repent, but it's too late to pretend there's a chance I could ever be forgiven. So with the last of the strength in my heart, I burn it all for you. Nothing else can sway my heart. From the start, you shone brighter than heaven's star. Even far apart, nothing will sway my heart. Your music box rings louder than the dying stars. The fire and the light, against the wills of God, or how your song resounds, eternally bound to you. Forever I'll burn for you. So with the last of the strength in my heart, I burn it all. Hey, fuck all that, man. I'm gonna let her do it. Endless night, through every nightmare alone and afraid, round it would play the music box of fate. Then one day, when every melody had been played, through your voice my world was found. Empty space, and filled with such endless joy in its place. Love conquered hate, now hate consumes again. You went to hell and back again. Now tirelessly I'll fight till I see your face again. Amen. sound. Oh, how your song resounds, eternally bound to you. Sin I'd repent, but it's too late to pretend there's a chance I could ever be forgiven. So with the last of the strength in my heart, I burn it all for you. Nothing else can sway my heart.
I don't know, guys.
From the
Whatever it is, it's annoying.
you shone brighter
Alright.
heaven's star, even for.
Let me all space. Because you said you were on their device? Ah. Gotcha, okay. Yeah. Usually the gate, the sidechain is strong enough. But yeah. It's like, again, this volume thing is crazy. Okay.
Sure, things are good.
Hey. Wait, so music is still playing? It shouldn't be. Check on this. Give me a second. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Audio problems are fun. I think it might be the denoise. I gotta be honest with you. I think it might be the denoiser. Because like what happens is I think the computer has been making more noise than it used to. Because it gotten a little hotter here. Okay, dope. All right. All right, audio problems aside. How you doing, my dude?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing swell, possibly, maybe even peachy keen. Let me pop you out here. Stream. Sorry for being there we go. Okay, so for those who don't know, turn these off. Tell people how awesome all your bases are, or you can introduce yourself. I prefer the prior because you do all the good bases.
Well, it's hard to say, like, oh yeah, my bases are so cool just because I don't like saying that. But
I know. I'm putting you in an impossible situation. That's why I was going to say it for you.
But no, hello, I'm Space G. I am one of the primary researchers for human bass in the beatbox community. I do too many basses and shove cameras down my throat. Well,
Yeah, you and Blaylock would get along. I'll have to have you two on. By
the way, your Discord mic's cutting out a lot.
Yeah, it's the same kind of levels issue that I'm having. I'll boost the signal and just do it that way because I was fixing it through OBS. Yeah, and that obviously doesn't translate into Discord. So, all right. you made a video of you doing how many bass? How many did you do? Nuts.
74.
74 basses. Do you
It was
want
gonna be 75, but I just realized like yesterday that I forgot one.
Nice. All right. Let me play a little bit of that. You linked it before. Do you mind linking it to me again? You sent it to me.
Linking the direct video? Yeah.
Actually, I got it. Because you
Okay.
sent it. Here we go. One beatboxer, 74 basses. Here's how I want this to go down ideally. All right. There's a lot of basses here. People don't know what's going on, and I know it's a little tricky because we're trying to sorry, I'm just trying to get this all figured out here. Interesting if that happens. Okay, OBS being interesting. All right. Voila. There we go. So, we don't, my understanding from when I talked to Blaylock, there's a lot we don't know. Right? You're trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure it out. A lot of people are trying to figure it out. So, as you make a sound, I'd like you to kind of, in the video as we go through, and actually, here's what we'll do. I'll put this in a watch together so you can stop as well. So I can set that up.
Alrighty.
And as we go through that, if you could, for each sound, kind of give me the lowdown on what's up and what you've been able to figure out and all that.
I've kind of
This
made
was
it a little
recorded
easier because before each I divided it all by sections. So it starts with vocal folds, goes into false folds, and then keeps going up. And I have it all separated by that. So you can get general ideas, but then I'll explain like the deeper mechanisms.
Yeah, dope. Get you this invite to this thing. Voila. So actually, I'll put in the call-in convenience. Have you ever used Watch Together?
Once before, I believe.
Okay. You'll have it. You'll have the ability to stop and start without my needing to do anything, and it'll stop and start on my stream as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you want to just give it a play, and then I'll let you cook.
Okay.
Now, you guys do so crazy.
Yo, what up? This is Space G, your local bass nerd and bass teacher, and this is a very special video. Something I've been working on for a good bit. One beatboxer, 75 basses. This was recorded over multiple months, so you'll definitely see growth. Like this didn't exist when I started, this was shorter, all that. But I try to keep it as similar as possible.
So for reference, I started recording these November last year.
Okay.
And I only finished recording them like late February.
Jeez, you've been busy.
So
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy.
Let me, real quick, let me fill people in on true folds versus false folds.
Mhm.
That. What? Not the foot, though. That's not how we... Okay.
Do you want me to explain or are you explaining it?
I got it right here. Except I deleted. Okay, these are the true folds. Vocal folds, vocal chords, those are all synonyms. The things I had here, the large ones, these are the false folds. We'll also be talking about those soon, but right now, true folds. All right, we can keep going.
Yeah. This is before I got my voice even lower. This was back when my cap was about D2.
What makes this
This
poly?
one, so it's poly, as in it's polyphonic voice or multiple voice. So basically your vocal folds will desynchronize from each other. It is tough to tell whether it's each side desynchronizes or it's like there's a one oscillation lower and one oscillation further back.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically desynchronized, so you're singing two voices at the same time, same as Stitch.
Okay. And this is just with the
Yeah.
vocal folds. So
Yeah, just vocal folds.
poly stuff is wild to me.
Yeah, this one took me. This is supposed to be the easier one, which is
Feels like nothing you guys do is
all
easy.
chest voice.
Yeah, feels like nothing you guys do is easy. The people try and teach me the like just lip rolling, and God,
Yeah.
I just can't. Yeah. Thanks, guy. Yeah. Just show me up like that.
Yeah,
But
because I could do the full napalm like.
oh man, that stuff is crazy. You do a little. Was it You can't roll like this?
Almost the only issue is I can't do hollow sounds because of my omega epiglottis.
Gotcha.
It messes with the resonance.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Napalm is an American beatboxer. So freaking good, and he's known particularly for lip rolls.
Yeah.
And he has this old school video. And it's like a routine. You can't roll like this. So he'd crack it out in competitions. People lose their minds because you can't beat him at his game when it comes to lip rolls. Anyway, just for some background, some lore on that one. All right. Sorry, continue. I just get excited.
The reason we call this low harmonic poly is just because it's on chest voice, in comparison to high harmonic, which is falsetto.
Mm-hmm.
So there's two chest voices, and then high harmonic would be two falsettos, and you can do them both at the same time. It's just really precise
Sure.
to get full harmonic poly, or also just called bow horn poly.
How do you feel about the fact that we have so many names in the community where it can be kind of difficult to suss out? I find it harder, but also I understand the value of like naming a lot of the very specific aesthetics. And there's value in naming the aesthetics because like on one hand we have the functionality, which I think if we framed everything that way, we'd get a lot more succinct definitions. And it'd be easier, I think, in a lot of ways to talk about it. However, obviously, then we wouldn't be able to differentiate as easily what the sounds are, right?
Yeah.
So how do you navigate that when you're trying to tell people and talk to people about this?
So it does depend. So like for example, this one, low harmonic poly is a bit of a mouthful, and people don't usually remember that.
Yeah.
So we have it separated into either low poly or shield poly.
Okay.
If people remember that, and they link it to the beatboxer Shield, who popularized this sound. And has
Like that.
really good control over it and its subharmonic levels.
All right. Let's continue. Good sir. This one can get loud. I was kind of shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get really loud with it.
Yeah, this one is like, I mean, a lot of beatboxers don't use it because it was so overused back in like 2015 and around that era.
Mm-hmm. And everyone, it's
People
like
always
it's
say it's
almost
so
like
quiet.
yeah, no, man, I got some projection on this one. I had to you know, do everything that I do with opera to make that happen. But like, yeah, you can get it real loud. I think what ended
Yeah.
up happening with this sound, it's a tragedy. I think that people get like judgmental of sounds. It's almost like with falsetto. It's like, oh, now that you can sing a note in full voice, why would you ever do it in this other way? And it's like, well, not a, you know, what if you want this sound instead of an inward bass? Like this sound is the sound that when people are trying to figure out inward bass, which is like still a super hype sound, um,
Yeah.
that everyone wants in their sound bank. You know, this is the sound you're going to make when you mess up your inward. And so now it has this stigma, which is unfortunate because it's a cool sound. Yeah.
Yeah. The big thing with it is like, explain it. A lot of people used it, and it got to a point where the sound was considered too easy.
Mm.
Beatboxers have a weird issue where if it sounds too easy, it's less usable.
Sure, but the quality of it, you can make an easy sound dope. I mean, LM, how much is LM one just by doing, you know, kicks? You
Yeah,
can't
but
out
it's
kick
tougher
him.
when it comes to bass.
Sure, that's fair.
Beatboxers are very specific about bass, and it does get annoying.
Yeah, yeah, and it's particularly true. Like on when it's not in a live space. That's another thing I was talking to Ghost about. Like when you hear it live, and I haven't heard Beatbox live yet. I really want to, but like when Gillard won, and there was that nonsensical controversy. Like it's like there's this you don't you don't always get the appreciation of that difference of what it's like in the space.
Yeah.
And so like I think some of these sounds, their qualities don't translate that well. Like chest bass can be wild, but you know if you're listening to earbuds, you're not going to get a lot of the qualities of chest bass that can be kind of bombastic.
Yeah.
And I imagine in space it's way different. Anyway, just a it's all cool is I guess my point. It's all dope when it's used in a real dope way. And clearly, I know what dope is. But anyway, sorry, continue. I'm just excited.
Like, personally, I like inward fry because it's similar to a lot of textures I hear in dubstep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like people have used it in recent years in big competitions. Like, people don't people don't like to agree with me or any of the other bass nerds for Helium's old inward bass back in 2021. Was locked position inward fry.
Can you give? I don't know how your inward is. Can you? Because we mentioned the inward versus inward fry versus inward bass. You mind showing the difference between the two so folks can kind of get an idea of what we're talking about?
Yeah. So inward fry.
That's pretty dope.
And then inward bass.
Damn, dude. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty foul. I love that. All right. Anyway, I'll let you cook on the video. I just got so many questions for you.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. I'm way better at answering questions than making up a question to answer.
Sure, sure. Yeah. No, you don't have to worry about that. I love this stuff so much and I can't do it. So I love having people on. You guys work so hard. It feels so weird for me to do commentary. That's why I have trouble with doing beatbox reactions, but I love talking to you guys. And everyone's so, I've never met like an unpassionate beatboxer. Like the level of passion, because no one gets paid for this, you know, like the CPMs are garbo. So everyone's just doing it for the love of the game. It's always a pleasure to talk to people. Anyway, so yeah, continue though. I want to hear more of this 20-minute video that we're probably going to take a while to get through, if that's okay.
Oh yeah. It's a similar concept to poly voice, but with fry. Any further questions before we get to false folds?
No, because I'm too excited about
your
the
3D.
What's that?
I'll also let you pull up your 3D anatomy.
For sure. False folds are here, right here. Those are the big ones. This view is not always the greatest. There is like a way to see this that's a little bit more flattened. But yeah, these things are chonkier than the true folds, and so you're going to get some bigger sounds out of using the false folds, particularly when it comes to distortion.
Yeah. So I will say there are something interesting about them, and this is something I noticed when I was sticking a camera down my throat.
Mm.
While they are chunkier than the false folds, they also don't press together as well as the false folds.
Interesting. So you're saying the false folds don't seal as easily as the true folds?
No, so it ends up being almost more precise than just speaking. And that's why going low with the bass, like with throat bass, is so much harder than just to go low with your voice and then add bass onto it.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, so adjusting pitch can be far more difficult with the false folds. That makes sense.
Also,
And
just, yeah.
Not to mention the lack of familiarity and usage over time, right? We don't speak using our false folds, though maybe we could. We don't do that as people.
My ex used to, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's just how he learned to speak. Same with Steve-O. It's Steve-O from, I'm not going to say the actual name because it's swear, but you know.
Yeah.
He spoke with false folds because he spoke like this, and this is speaking with the false folds.
Well, that's with them together. Yeah, but I still think
them together and then speaking through it.
Yeah. You can adduct them and yeah. But I do believe that still the actual pitch of that comes from still the true folds. Correct me if I'm wrong on this.
So the way I think of this is because throat bass is second subharmonic or first undertone of that. When you speak like this, they're just matching the same pitch.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So it's basically throat bass without the bass.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I should specify my specific kind of throat bass because I do distortion throat bass, which is different from grunt throat bass.
Can we hear the difference real quick, or?
So I can't do grunt because it uses the cuneiform tubercles. I can only do the distortion, which is, well, we'll see it just now in the video.
For sure. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, but.
But basically, distortion is false folds only. Well, false folds and voice, obviously. And grunt, which is the more common throat bass, is voice, false folds, and cuneiform tubercles.
Let me pull up because I'm actually not familiar with this little bit and bob. You know the spelling? Or do you have a graph or a chart or anything?
So I sent you a diagram, and you can see them basically on the...
Tubing.
Yeah, they're labeled on the diagram.
Dude, thank you. This is dope. This is so dope.
Yeah, basically, if you do a bass with just the cuneiform tubercles, it's chest bass.
Hold on. Bring this up for everyone to see. This is crazy, dude. Thank you for being so big. Oh, look at you with your high-res images. My guy. My guy, you are prepared. All right. Okay.
I think this is pretty close to my normal drawing size, which is 2500 by 2000 pixels.
Yeah. So let's see.
Of course, it's cropped to be shorter, but yeah.
Here we go. Gotcha. So we have AES here, arytenoids. Where are the arytenoids? So the arytenoids, the tubercles then are I guess, on top of the arytenoids, is what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Okay. I think
they're a bit of cartilage just flapping on top, basically.
Got it. Right here. Okay.
Yeah, and they're used to make basically every form of chest bass.
That's wild. This I did not know. Dope. All right, let's hear it.
Alrighty. By the way, all this music I made myself, so it shouldn't be copyrighted.
Appreciate it. Oh, your third bass goes low.
Yeah, I can sometimes get it even lower, but it's specific on the day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I have a hard time not going into vibration. Yeah. But like, is that grunt?
Something I noticed.
Uh-huh.
Yours sounds more like evil bass.
What would be the distinction?
So, evil bass is purely evil bass is the arytenoids. Like, just it's a arytenoidic rattle.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, mine definitely is more has that higher pitched quality that would happen from the arytenoids versus the false folds. Let me try. Yeah. Is that still vibration though? Yeah.
It reminds me of a technique I did recently by accident.
Because I can't not use the arytenoids apparently.
Yeah.
To have two visual.
That can be a tough one. So it sounds like a certain technique I did recently where it's false folds plus arytenoids.
Mm-hmm.
So basically throat bass plus evil bass.
Okay. Huh.
Let's see if maybe I can find it in a second here.
Nah.
Oh yeah, that's definitely evil.
I think I had attributed that a little bit too much to the AS, but you're right. Those are arytenoids. Huh. Crazy. Oh, thanks, dude. That's an insight I wouldn't have conjured.
Oh, I think this is it. Just listening quickly.
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Let me send this directly to you.
So while I'm looking at this, how long have you been beatboxing?
Nearing 4 years now.
4 years, and you can do all this.
Since I seriously started getting into it. I mean, it just sort of clicked. Like, it just interested me. It was like, okay, well, basses are cool.
Yeah.
And then I met subharmonics. And it kind of just devolved from there of learning all this stuff. Once I learned vibration, it was over for me.
I'm just listening to this.
What the hell was that?
That reaction is great. What in Sam Hill? What noise was that?
At about 7 seconds.
Yeah. No, I definitely heard it. It's really cool.
Yeah, so that is throat bass plus evil bass. It's just I was using my weird resonance trick that you use for alien bass.
Sure. That's wild. But you've been beatboxing, fair to say, half as long as I have. Obviously, and that's just an amount of years. You've obviously spent more hours with it, right? For me, it's always been like a novelty, because it's the thing I do, maybe to stim or whatever, to piss off somebody, or just screw around and have fun with it. My discipline is definitely in a different direction. But man, 4 years to be able to do what you do is no joke. That's quite impressive.
I also practice a lot, like
for sure.
Usually every day I'm practicing and just doing stuff for 5 to sometimes 8 hours a day.
How do you protect your voice?
I know when my limit is.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never lost my voice once in my life.
Okay.
But
you break up
what my limit is and when to stop something.
And you break your practice, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, kinda. It depends. So if I mess up something in my throat, I typically then switch to just doing mouth sounds. Or just speaking, because even right now my voice is a little bit, it's not strained, but I can feel a sharpness coming from it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was doing inward poly earlier, which usually messes up my voice a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's just like a small sharp pain, so I just know not to do it as much now.
For sure. The reason I ask is that, so ideally, the when one, I should say, practices, the optimal time frame is usually 2 to 4 hours,
Mhm.
because uh, as one kind of fatigues their mind and they're not able to concentrate as much, then um, you lose a lot of effectiveness. That said, it's a bit of a different in classical. There's not much that isn't figured out, right? So when I'm practicing like reading music, like I'm sitting down with an intention, I'm using a system like solfege. It's well figured out. It's established, right? When you're practicing 5 to 8 hours a day, like you're playing around, you're probably pausing quite a bit, I imagine, to kind of like contemplate. Like you're not just like straight up doing sounds and only sounds for 5 to 8 hours, right? Like I want to get specific about what you're doing to practice because I want to make sure people don't take the wrong thing away from how to practice.
So I'm not a great example for practice because I have a tendency of losing track of time when I'm doing it. I remember when I was rehearsing for my school's talent show a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I accidentally went for 10 minutes, and I never even realized with no breaks.
Mm-hmm. So it just it stimulates your mind when you practice, and it just does the dopamine.
Yeah, it just distracts me. It keeps me thinking, keeps me like, because I love music.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to make more actual music, but every time I open FL, I get overstimulated and all that. So I just do that with my own body. I can't see anything. I just have to feel
So you
it.
self-soothe with beatboxing.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what I do with
therapeutic for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love making. There's something about making sound helps me calm down. I can relate to that a lot.
Mhm.
Man, it was a mistake to get a second cup of coffee because I got to use the restroom. I'm trying to be bold about it, but now I got to go and do that. Oh man, you don't have to entertain my chat by any stretch of the imagination, but would you mind? I'm sure people have so many questions. I would. Would you be willing
Yeah.
to answer some folks when I get back? Until I get back?
Yeah.
I won't be long. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I'll answer any
As quick as
questions anyone
possible.
has. And yeah, Lamb, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Actually, I think it's the first time you've actually seen my face. Okay. Yeah, so inward fry is one of those ones that most people can do it. That's why also people stop doing it for beatbox. But it's just good for stimming. I don't use that one too much for stimming. I primarily do outward fry for my stimming. Like I just hum and just do that. But inward fry is just good. It's not too aggressive on your vocal cords. It's pretty relaxed on it, so it's no harm, no foul, literally. Now, poly inward fry does hurt. Inward poly in general hurts, but poly inward fry hurts even more, so adding that to your list of stims might not be a great idea.
Some inward fry, a lot apparently. Thanks, Lam. And yeah, I love having beatboxers on. So yeah, I love collabing with beatboxers. I think what you guys do is dope. Like it's, yeah, I think, just to kind of throw it out there again to, um, no pun intended, sing your praises, and the beatbox community's praises. Like one of the things that like drove me nuts was people swore up and down. One of the reasons I really started getting into research, looked up Dr. Blaylock, and I became very interested in was people were swearing up and down that inward bass derived from the epiglottis. And they said it was such. Was that? Yeah. People insisted on it, like it was a fact. I was like, oh, okay, there must be like research. So I looked it up. Nothing. So I contacted Dr. Blaylock. He's like, we don't know. And I tried to tell people, I was like, listen, it's actually cooler than this. Like so there's a difference between the practicality of like, here's this thing. I want to learn how to do it. Well, think of it this way, and you might discover it. That's useful, right? Yeah. But like, how cool is it that we don't know a lot, because what you guys are doing is kind of on the frontier of making sounds with the human voice. I think that's kind of amazing. Like, I don't know, no expanding on that. It's just like, that's really cool. So your work is really very valuable. So hopefully, go for it.
So back in that era where we thought everything happened on the epiglottis, basically.
Yeah.
Chest bass, evil bass, zombie bass, and inward bass were all theorized to be on the epiglottis. Primarily because of the throat position that a lot of them require.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do chest bass, very commonly you do Kermit voice, which is when you press your epiglottis into your pharynx with the base of your tongue.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Piggy. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't do it because of my condition.
Mm-hmm.
But because of that, people saw like a very baseline footage and just assumed that's what's happening because they couldn't see underneath it.
Which is common, by the way, for any, just so folks know. Like, that's why we thought, and we still don't know, but for the longest time, Estelle was the first one to really take like other forms of singing seriously other than classical. And Estelle was a researcher in the 90s. And she posited that belting had to do with the cricoid cartilage tilting. And because that's what it looked like. But that has fallen under scrutiny. This is the cricoid cartilage. Her hypothesis or declaration, I forget which one, was that, and by the way, Estelle did a lot of really noble work. So like that, she got like this one thing not perfectly, don't get it twisted. Estelle was a big deal. But cricoid cartilage going up this way was what she thought was bringing the vocal folds together in a fatter way, which is how you belt. There is no muscle that can do that for the cricoid cartilage. People have said, well, it could be possible if some of the external muscles did that. But the theory that's a little bit more prevalent now is that the thyroid cartilage actually goes backwards to achieve that. But we still don't know. So like, it's not an uncommon mistake to make. But that's why, like, you know, people get on academics about always saying it depends or we don't know because we're not absolutely certain. But like, it's a valuable thing to hold back on having a conclusion when you are a researcher. A practitioner, do what you got to do to get it done and make the sound. Not the same for a researcher. So I appreciate that, like, you know, you're trying to hold on to and do what you're doing. You're doing what you're doing to get people the answers. Yeah. So walk me through a little bit more of the video here, though.
Video already.
It's cool.
Same thing as throat bass, just in falsetto.
I can see a lot of uses for that sound. Your spit snares are really good, dude.
So I'll pause there because vibration is one of the most interesting basses, really.
Talk to me about
So my version of vibration bass is again distortion, but something interesting about vibration that's different from any other bass is that it specifically has to be a 3-part sound. So my form of vibration, or my vibration bass, is a form of poly or double throat bass.
Okay. Walk me through. You got the graph here, right? You walk me through the
Yes.
mechanics of this.
So on the graph, I have grunt vibration bass as as it's listed, just because that's the more common one, where it's the same thing as grunt throat bass, where it's voice, false folds, and cuneiforms.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that makes vibration unique is it's what we call a false subharmonic or a forced subharmonic.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, like, say, for example, I use a tongue bass. That's normal third subharmonic. Of which, you know, you have your voice as the fundamental, and then the tongue bass is at exactly an octave and a fifth below the voice.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll create what we call a ghost note, which is a fifth below the voice in between them.
Okay.
There's nothing actually making that note, that thing. You can actually see it on a spectrogram. I would pull it up if I had one.
Real quick, because my community has been trying to figure it out. So if you go to Coding Goodness in the Discord, or Code Goodness, or
Alrighty.
whatever it is, there are a couple of free ones. So because I know you're on your girlfriend's machine, and she might not appreciate you installing a DAW machine, but these might work. Some of these ones, all of the conversations.
Just looking for a decent one.
Yeah, I mean, Audacity does have one as well, and Audacity is super lean. I don't think it's
It's just the issue with Audacity is it's really hard to read.
Okay.
And say okay, okay, good. So I'm just gonna do this just to record it, and I can show you it.
Okay.
Oh no, that's gonna be a problem. Okay. So minimum frequency is 10 hertz, which I guess is fine. Oh, that's why. Should have this in.
Spectrograms are a squirrely thing sometimes, yeah. Well, I should say audio is a squirrely thing sometimes.
Yeah. We lower this.
It's cool.
Okay, well, it's not showing up well on this one.
But I can hear it. There's 2 pitches, yeah.
Yeah, there's technically only 2 pitches, but on a spectrogram there will be a third one that's coming from nothing in between them. And that's usually how you tell with subharmonics. So if I do fourth sub, there will be 4 lines, including the 2 pitches.
Let me see if I can do this. Let me get my spectrogram up. Like that, right? That's not the sound we were going for, but like that's what I can do. Would that be? Oh, your sound, I think, cut out. Oh, you muted? You muted yourself? Okay. Hey, let's calm yourself. Well, that's just fun.
Okay, so you can kind of see it in this screenshot.
Okay, let me grab. Ah, ooh, that's
So
nice and bright.
the super yellow one is my voice.
Let
The very
me-
bottom line there, that's faded just because I think that's just an issue with the spectrogram or whatever mic it's using.
Mhm.
That would be the tongue base, and then there's that small line in between.
Okay, so you got
And-
this here, and this here, right? These four. That's what we're talking about. This one, this one, this one, and this one.
Yeah, so there's 3 lines, which indicates a third subharmonic.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that center line is the ghost note. There's nothing creating that noise. It just exists.
Right.
It's
I mean-
one of the unique quirks of a subharmonic.
But so we don't know. Like, you're saying there's no body part that's making it.
Yeah,
It's
there's
just
nothing actually producing that pitch.
Okay, so it's like an
besides
acoustic
the harmony.
phenomena. So it's
Yeah.
like a sympathetic resonance in the body. Okay.
Yeah.
So sympathetic resonance for folks. So you can have the initiator of the sound, like the vocal folds, right? They're oscillating and they're creating a sound. You can hit a resonant frequency in the human body, which is what happens. Like, this is literally much of opera training on vowels, is adjusting your vocal tract so that you can highlight and bring out certain frequencies to increase your resonance. What's weird and wild about beatboxing is that oftentimes they find resonant frequencies in things like the trachea, which is a different part of the body, right? So they hit a frequency such that it's like a tuning fork, or a glass, where if you hit the resonant frequency of a glass, you'll get a certain tone. So yeah, it's like sound bounces around at that exact. I'm not explaining it quite well, the exact phenomena, but it has to do with the size of the waveform and the size of the space that you're targeting. So sometimes you can hit something really clever and cool. Yeah. So not the greatest explanation, but that's just serviceable for now. All right. You're saying this,
Yeah.
so bring us back to vibration base here.
So vibration bass is a fourth subharmonic. And the thing that makes it unique for that fact and why we call it that is because that in between note, the fifth below the voice, or the perfect fifth,
Mhm.
is not a ghost note. It's a manual note.
So you're saying the difference between a ghost note and a manual is that one is one there's actually an initiator of that frequency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one has the actual thing creating the sound, and the other one is from interference.
Gotcha. Okay.
So in this case, vibration bass, there are quite literally 3 pitches happening at once. So there's the fundamental, perfect fifth below it, and then octave in a perfect fifth.
Okay.
And that's why it always sounds so full and unique to, say, vocalized chest bass.
Okay.
So in my case, because I'm doing it with poly throat bass, one of the throat basses is perfect fifth below the voice, and the other one's an octave in a perfect fifth.
Okay. So for context, folks, I'm still working on my vowels 20 years later of singing opera, right? Because like resonance is a big deal. How I shape my oral cavity in my vocal tract when I do high notes is something I'm still working on because I want a certain tone quality. I don't like the tone quality on my high notes. And so the problem is I can't spend a lot of time up there to figure it out. So I'm still working on that. Not an uncommon thing to be working on. So it takes a lot to try and not just produce the sounds, but also find ways to amplify the different qualities that you want in different amount of contraction of a muscle. One of the things that I work with a lot of people on is their tension in their chest. That can have an impact on sympathetic resonance. So what he's talking about here is finding these things. It takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of work. And then you guys do it over 75 sounds, just casually, right? Yeah, no big, right?
Yeah.
I got EAO.
And you're going to notice... You're going to notice in future sounds, I just didn't do it for throat bass because it's very hard to unvocalize any false fold techniques.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they're so close together.
Sure. Yeah.
But in future sections, you'll have the vocalized forms of the basses as their own bass because all of our basses naturally go subharmonic.
Mm-hmm.
Because our voices and just muscles want to be harmonic. They want to match up with their oscillations and all that. Because you just think of the oscillation as the frequency.
Sure.
So it wants to be at a constructive frequency with itself, not dissonant.
Let's play a little bit more here, because now I want to. We're on bass number 8, and we're almost an hour in. We might have to do what I did with Saber, which is to say, I might have to have you come on again, if that's okay. Because I don't want to. One thing I want to be able to do is, like, you do a lot of work, man. There's a depth to what you do. I don't want to sugarcoat it. I don't want to make it digestible. I want people to know. And I'm blessed to have a bunch of nerds who actually give a damn, who watch this stuff. So if we can't get through it, and you got to go or whatever, this ain't your only shot at it or anything like that. I love your work, and have for quite some time. So, granted, also, your time is valuable, so I don't want to waste it. But yeah, don't feel rushed at all, because I want to know everything.
So for the next few sounds, I'll kind of I just wanted to stop and explain vibration bass because it's one of the most unique ones.
Sure.
A lot of the other ones are pretty self-explanatory.
Mm-hmm.
And just tell me if you have a super pressing question.
Sure.
Oh my gosh, I need to know this right now or else I will explode.
Yeah.
A lot of it's self-explanatory after this, though. And the SS in the corner basically means signature sound or my own sound.
Okay. Whoa. What's the difference between this and vibration?
So this one is a different form of throat singing specifically.
Okay.
It's tough to explain, but it's I think it's kumi. I think that's what it is. Instead of going whoa, it's whoa, 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 super nasally.
Okay.
And then when you go to vibration from that, it gets almost like an evil bass texture to it. With just the false folds, because there is false fold evil bass, which I think this is a variant of. And yeah. And I'm just writing a quick explanation of space bass in the chat just so we can.
Sure. Sure.
So it's an RH rattle.
Sounds cool.
So it's kind of related to Eddie Kerrang bass, where it's just super high voice and an evil bass.
Okay. You put inward in the arytenoid section.
Yes, because through just a bunch of us shoving cameras down our throats and kind of matching textures, we noticed a lot of, or most inward basses are a form of inward evil bass. It's just because of the vacuum effect. If you see Kindred Harvest's video on your own time at some point, because it is a very long video,
Sure.
it's basically a whole video of him showing different vocal techniques with a camera down his throat, including beatbox basses. And with the vacuum technique, or vacuum
Bernoulli effect.
process, when you're inwarding, yeah.
Uh-huh.
The R20s are just big, and so they catch that air a lot more than, say, cuneiforms, which is much harder to do, which would be inward chest bass, like Den's inward bass is inward chest bass.
Okay. That gives me a much better idea, because I think I was retracting my false folds, which would make it harder for the arytenoids. Maybe it wouldn't. I'll think about that. Yeah, that gives me a much better idea of how to target inward.
Yeah, I have endoscope footage on my channel as well for inward bass.
Okay.
I can DM it to you.
That'd be great, yeah. And this is how Hilo hurt himself, if I recall, was with snort bass on the uvula.
Yeah. Well, he did snort bass plus lip roll. I sent you the link. It's not counting as a link on my end, so it's just funny.
Gotcha.
So that's typically what we used to call vocal bass or star sky bass.
How do you...
Same with this next one.
You learn to isolate the uvula, yeah?
Yeah.
How would you recommend doing that? Is it a... It's not like a gargle thing, is it?
Like, there's the gargle, and also it's the fact of just tongue position. So I raise the back of my tongue into my uvula and get the uvula to slap against it and my soft palate.
And then to do it consistently, so that's pitched. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's dope.
You also notice my overall skills just increasing the longer the video goes.
Yeah.
Or like the newer the video is. So I'll just give a short explanation on this. Think of the uvula like a tail. Because a tail, it doesn't just move as one stick. It kind of flops.
Mm-hmm.
With the uvula, if you press your tongue more against the base of it, suddenly the base oscillates much less, but then the tip can oscillate separate from it. So suddenly, instead of just the whole thing flapping as one, it flaps as two.
Sure. Dang.
It's called evil because that's what we call a evil point or evil register when you make something so pressurized that it gets the similar texture as evil bass. Like that. This is kind of the uvula getting in the way of the airflow as you exhale. Then pig bass is Kaji's bass where it's technically airless. It's just you breathe in to get it louder.
Damn, that's actually got a thick tone quality.
So I will also say, we could probably get through this video and then we can do another meeting or stream some other time, just so then we can do the whole nerd out and talk about when we have more time.
Sure.
I feel like that could work. That way you can also plan for questions and rewatch and stuff.
I think like one of the things that I would want to do is I'd want to look at like performances and then apply some of this.
Yeah.
So that one of the unfortunate things, it's like if it's not, when people are going to click on a Dilo video, it's like getting people to take their medicine. You know what I mean? Like I want to talk vocal technique. I got to talk about Mariah Carey sometimes, or like some people's favorite singers, and they love knowing that stuff. So it's not like a bad thing to do. It's just tough when it's it is what it is. But people do like this stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I might plan that out a little bit. But yeah, it'll be easier once I see the whole video to kind of. So that's what we'll do. That's okay. All right. Why middle versus why that?
I mean, you'll kind of see it after we get out of the middle section, but it's basically just with the middle of the tongue.
Okay.
Or the airflow is going through the middle.
Okay.
This is middle tongue plus tongue straight.
Damn.
And you heard me do this earlier.
Yeah. That's the signature sound.
Yeah. So, in order to do it, I'm using dual projection. Just to let a little bit of air through my mouth, just to get that tongue oscillation, and then primarily my voice is going through my nose.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's allowing the overtone to still happen, while the tongue bass is also still able to happen.
Gotcha.
The drill bass is tongue bass right against the top teeth.
That's a sick texture.
This is one of those sounds where it's hard to find an actual, like, okay name that's memorable.
Yeah.
Like, some people have suggested snake tongue bass, but besides that, it's hard to find an actually good name that doesn't just make it super hard to explain.
For sure. For sure.
The significant difference between click roll and slizzer roll is click roll, your tongue curls backwards up against the roof of your mouth, and slizzer roll, your tongue is pressed flat against the roof of your mouth.
Okay.
And this is why it was called middle tongue bass before, because then there's side tongue bass, which is literally tongue bass on the side of the mouth.
Okay.
Well, on the side of the tongue, not side of the mouth.
Do you roll your tongue?
No. Okay. It's just flat against the roof of my mouth.
Got it. Okay. I don't need to practice that.
I've recorded like footage of it, and you can visibly see my tongue becoming asymmetrical. So as far as I know, I'm one of the only 2 people in the world who do this.
Double tongue bass, and I presume it's both
Yeah.
sides of the tongue oscillating in response to.
Yeah. Yeah, both sides of the tongue oscillate, and the middle doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, this one's going to be pretty self-explanatory. Partially because you can see everything that's happening. This sound is part of the underused sounds category because the sound gets so bassy, but no one uses it.
But event planners might have some issue with what it does to the mic, but oh well.
And if they don't have an issue with Frosty just being on stage where he literally sticks the mic into his mouth, then this should be fine. So you've seen Dealer's video. This is what he called lip oscillations.
Yeah.
Which didn't make sense because it's just vocal lip bass.
That's a wild sound.
So Dilo did this in his most recent wildcard. A lot of pros have been learning it suddenly. It's been kind of cool.
Yeah. So, like, well, one of the things that I was trying to understand, I was trying to like name why I found Delo's wildcard so like impressive. And I mean, there's a lot of things that are impressive about Delo, clearly, but like one of the things that I thought was possibly worthwhile explaining was how quickly and cleanly he transitions between sounds. Quick question, then we just get back in the video. With those transitions, do you think it would be reasonable to try and demonstrate to folks like the difference in skill level and why it works by looking at a spectrogram and seeing the transition between those different sounds?
So, personally, I wouldn't say so.
Mm-hmm.
Primarily because with all that, you kind of have to practice to do that with any sound, no matter what.
Sure.
Some sounds are easier than others. Like, for example, going from throat bass to vibration bass quickly is a bit harder, even though they're the same area. Going between subharmonics that fast is not easy.
Yeah. One of the reasons why people say Codfish's stuff is simple. It's like, well, then you try it. You'll find out real fast. It's actually quite difficult, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not hard to make a simple technique hard.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
And same sort of thing for that, especially with the sounds he used, you can switch between them a bit easier. The hardest one, I think, would be his tongue-based to synth combo. That one is the hardest.
Gotcha.
So it's all just practice and how you do a sound.
For sure.
So smile bass is basically lip bass, but use the full lips. Like fully stretched out. So it's basically just an oscillation on the bottom lips. So if those are curious, the primary thing that makes these different is between lip roll and normal lip and lip roll bass. One is airless, the other one's with air.
Mm-hmm.
And from lip roll bass to this one, your tongue's touching the back of your lips. In some fashion, like Codfish's, his tongue is touching his bottom lip, making a top lip roll.
Mm.
I usually do it with the bottom lip, so my tongue's touching the top lip. And just keep going from there, but that's punchy lip roll.
Okay.
Basically a really tight lip roll.
Yeah. Seem to find through this one. Jeez, you are sucking in a lot of air for that.
Oh yeah, it requires a lot more air to actually get it.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm biting down and overlapping my teeth over my bottom lip. And then inhaling from that. So with Delos, it's a very tight tooth roll with a zipper sound made by pressing your top lip onto your bottom lip.
Mm-hmm.
That sound and at the same time. This one's using that sound plus a top lip oscillation.
That's crazy to get the precision on the pitch too. You have to master like how much tension you have, like how much of the contraction you're using. Yeah, it's wild. And it's crazy because it's going to be different for every person. Yeah.
Yeah. This one I actually had to put ducks because retromolar trigon or trigon. I don't even know how that's said. It's a mouthful.
Yeah. No pun intended.
So Zeka bass, if you've seen the CBB 2019, is inward duck sound with closed teeth.
And he made a comeback recently, right? Zeka just came back and announced it.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Which is exciting because him versus Dilo was a lot of fun.
Yeah. One like I didn't realize how loud it was even when I was editing. I was like, okay, I'm going to turn this down. It wasn't enough.
Yeah, I got it down a little bit for you.
Also, I don't know why the other in between's played only in one ear. What I mean by combo bass it's when you mix two basses together and it creates such a different outcome that I considered it its own bass.
Okay.
So Rutrine bass is nasal uvula plus throat bass. liquid bass is that my version is that tongue roll that I did before, the
Yeah.
plus inward bass.
Dude. That's crazy. Ooh, damn. I think I've done this before. Yeah, putting both in sometimes Oh, dude, that's wild.
So this one I forgot to put the signature sound thing in the corner.
Gotcha. Oh my god.
But this one is Primal Fear plus uvula bass.
These are some of my favorite sounds.
I can do this so much better now because this is like a week or two after I learned it.
Let's hear it. Oh yeah. Yeah, the opera singer is like, you can add more frequencies to all the sounds? Yes, please. Yeah. No, combo stuff is like some of my favorite stuff for that reason.
Yeah, and with this I actually had to figure it out because after I learned Slizzer Roll, I got what I called Bubble Lip Roll, which is when you push it more forwards.
Okay.
Nah. Where it synchronizes them, so it was just inconvenient. So it's pseudo double click roll because it's not actual 2 click rolls. It's click roll plus uvula click roll.
Gotcha.
I just realized I forgot to record vocal lip roll, so.
I was wondering how that sounded. It didn't occur to me to ever record those. Yeah, that would change the texture so much. Oh, yeah. That's a cool sound.
Yeah, so basically what I do is I use throat bass and I combine it with fourth subharmonic uvula bass. So that it's technically, I don't know if you would call it dual or triple octave, but yeah, you can very faintly hear it. I used to get it louder, but
Sure, but I mean, like, it's, yeah, I mean, it's still super, like,
so the reason this one is here is just because of my condition, I can't do zombie bass correctly, which is epiglottis bass.
okay.
But because my epiglottis is in a U shape, basically, at all times, it gets a much clickier texture and it isn't as usable or easy to use.
Sure. Damn, dude, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, months of recording and then 2 days of editing total.
And then, 4 years of practice to be able to make the damn things. That's wild, man. I really appreciate you showing me this. Yeah, dude, God, because there's so many instances where I watch a performance and I want to know what's going on, and there's no way, you know. So like, there's no way I can do that. That's what I do for singers, you know. And yeah, man, I'd love to have you back on, and we can actually look at how people are doing sick stuff, and you can actually teach me what for. Um, because this is really cool, dude.
Yeah. I'm also sending you a couple of pictures for some more complicated tongue-based techniques.
Sure. Don't know if I will be able to comprehend them. So my mind is already blown. Oh, dude, did you draw these in paint?
I think in my own art program, but yeah, I use those for my other video that we could probably watch some other time in the future, where it's the 1 beatboxer 15 tongue-based techniques.
These are really cool. Let me show these on stream real quick.
Basically, my goal with that video is I wanted every tongue-based technique I did to have a diagram shown of the tongue position.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of folks don't get this these proportions right. It's like, we don't think of our tongue as being like this thick and chunky, but it is. So yeah. We got the pretty dope, dude. Oh my god. All right. Blowing my mind. Oh man. The combo textures. There's a way I would imagine to add uvula to vibration as well then.
Oh yeah. That was one of the first combo bases I ever found. I just didn't consider it worthy for this thing, partially because it doesn't sound too impressive compared to throat bass plus uvula.
Okay. That makes sense that it wouldn't be as dramatic as a difference. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, let me see if I can even do it right now.
I don't know, dude. I think that sounds pretty dope. Oh man. Yeah. Dude. Thanks for coming on and showing me this. This is
Absolutely.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for being the giant nerd that you are. Cuz like, yeah, someone's got to do this stuff. And you're doing a good thing by doing this stuff. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Now I'm going to go practice the art of the fart in my spare time.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat my lunch and hang out with my girlfriend.
That sounds like a great rest of your day, man. We'll touch base. You take care, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, man. Super cool. Yeah. Damn. I haven't had a lot of time to watch all this stuff with all the stuff that's been going on with the channel. Space has been a really active member of the community. It's put a lot of stuff out there. Yeah, Lamb. I'm hoping to I'm hoping to do the thing, like I said, like people got to take this medicine, right? They got to learn about this stuff. I think. I mean, they don't have to. I think they should. And like, it's really hard to get folks to. Met that guy 4 years ago on a Beatbox Discord server. 4 years ago is when he started too. That's crazy. He's gotten so good for 4 years. That's nuts. Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely Space. I'd love to have you back on. It's almost a shame that we have to like front load it and like take like a celebrity beatboxer's name or something and front load it and do that. But like that's how I get people to listen to what I mean, you do for beatboxing kind of like what I do for singing. I think you're a lot more I definitely more am on the practitioner side of things where like I don't think I'm as detailed as you are, my dude. I think you're really digging in to the research element of it. And I'd love, man, there's got to be a way that can get more people to watch your stuff because this is really, really, really good and really thoughtful. And it goes into detail in a way that I've really wanted to know. like Eclipse and Defiant and I think we all get along, us three, because we need the explanation. I think there's a certain type of person that we are that we want those details. And I'd love to have you back on. We can maybe front load some whatever is trending at the time, and then you can actually get into the actual explanation of this stuff and get some eyeballs on your stuff, man. Because this should, like, people should know what you do. You know, you're doing a lot of really cool stuff on your channel. So I loved having you on. Thanks, man. It's a real pleasure. Enjoy time with your girlfriend. Guys, I'm going to be right back. I think my camera came in. I don't want to leave it out too much, and then I got to go pee again because I took that extra cup of coffee. So, we need a Beatbox College. I wouldn't argue with that, Lamb. I think that's a good idea. I think Professor Space needs that tenure money. You know what I'm saying? That 10-year job security, along with Dr. Blaylock. I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna play the Music Box Fake cover again, and I gotta do what I gotta do. We'll be right back.
Endless night through every nightmare alone and afraid. Round it would play the music box of fate. Then one day, when every melody had been played, through your voice my world was found. Empty space, and filled with such endless joy in its place. Love conquered hate, now hate consumes again. You went to hell and back again. Now tirelessly I'll fight till I see your face again. Even far apart, nothing else could sway my heart. From the start, you shone brighter than heaven's star. The fire and the light, against the wills of God, we'll fight, tracing the sound. Oh, how your song resounds, eternally bound to you. I'd go to heaven, back again, heaven and earth I'd move, and then for you every single sin I'd repent. But it's too late to pretend there's a chance I could ever be forgiven. So with the last of the strength in my heart, I burn it all for you. Nothing else can sway my heart. From the start, you shone brighter than heaven's star. Even for
Oh man. It drives me nuts that so, like, Like I know that there's like a it's easier to get into like celebrity than it is to money's live. Dang. Oh, I want to catch this so bad. Um oh man. Um anyway, drives me nuts that like people are into like celebrities and like there's a kind of like a view begets view situation that happens with YouTube and social media. And like people like Saber, like one of the ways that I felt like I had to do this with him was I did the Iron Mouse reacts to the uh community version of Music Box of Fate, right? Everyone told me to watch that. I was like, okay, here's an opportunity. And then I think I decided on it earlier. I was like, hey guys, this is really cool, but you should see who else worked on this stuff. And then I brought in Saber's video. Like, and the, like, yeah, the watch time, but like a couple people learned who Saber was that way. Like, you know, what do we do without people like Space or Dr. Blaylock or Saber, these behind the scenes people, right? Like we need them, you know? Not much happens, not much grows. We don't have that foundation of knowledge without people like Space and Dr. Blaylock. And I look at like the voice lesson content as well. And it's like, you know, I gotta figure out how to wrap this stuff in such a way or package this stuff in such a way where people like click on it and watch because I think it is inherently fascinating. Um, and it's really interesting. And this dude does so much work. Like, yeah, I don't know. I like I said, it's like getting people to take their medicine. You know, a lot of unintentional gatekeeping. Yeah, I don't think people we don't support people like Space, Dr. Blaylock, Saber. You know, like if we don't support the people who make things happen for the future, for a brighter future for a community where like, you know, who's to say like if this material is better known, there could be some people who come around who are absolutely sick twisted because it's the right information for that person, right? We need to lay the foundation for these things we care about by supporting the people who contribute in ways that are unique and distinct, and even if they're not as popular. Um, and so, like, one of the things that I want to do is I want to be like a bridge builder. Because I have a lot of versatility in my skill set. I'm not really that much of a specialist. I think the thing I do the best would be opera. But like for an opera singer, I'm all over the place. I got some audio chops. I'm on like I know marketing, coding. Like had I zeroed in on opera, I would be much better as an opera singer. But I didn't. I have all these other skill sets, but it allows me to be a bridge builder. Um, and I'd love to like I know how important this work is. It's like with Ryan, you know, watching 91 videos reviews on his piano stuff is just drives me insane. Um, he spent 4 months on that video. I think maybe more, right? And then 4 years practicing. That's a lot of different sounds, a lot of different really difficult coordinations to get down and nail. It's crazy. Just drives me nuts. I wish it weren't so hard to get people to care. I don't think it actually is. I just wish I'm frustrated with I wish I were better at it. Like I know how to do it with singing. It took me a while to figure it out, but I want to do it for Space because like he basically does what I do for singing. It's different. He's like I said, he's more on the research end of things, though he's still a really good practitioner, right? Um, yeah. Anyway, Um, there's another thing I do. You look behind the behind people as well. Yeah, because nothing like if you love a thing, right, Kira if you love a thing, you want to know everything about it, right? Like Music Box of Fate changed my life, right? Am I going to be satisfied, like knowing that, like there are more people who are involved than just Mouse? Obviously, Mouse is great. Right? I have nothing but the best things to say about Mouse and her work on Music Box of Fate. But obviously, Daryl was a part of that. Riku was a part of that. Yan was a part of that. The orchestra was a part of that, right? So, like, you know, like I got to know these things. I can't leave them on. I can't just. I don't know. But I'm weird like that. I'm one of very few people that does it. Yeah, man. Space. Yeah. I mean, like, listen, I will gladly watch if it helps your stuff. I will gladly watch on stream and fail miserably as I try to do your tutorials. Anything I can do to help, man. But yeah, yeah, and I think that exact content space with the digestible in-depth tutorials, like that's what I need. I think for me and when I learn, right? That's I took me. Here's I guess why I'm so mad. I'm trying to think like why am I mad? I'm mad. I'm angry. And I think the reason I'm angry is because like it took me 13 years to find Diane. And my progress was dog shit, for sure, until I found Diane. And it was Diane who helped me finally do this thing that I really wanted to do. And like you are in no small way like the Diane equivalent for beatboxing. Yes, all of it will be a video, Lim. Yeah. The second channel, which is pinned right now, is usually where I try to put the longer educational content that's a little bit more dry. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to segment those and put the segments on the main channel, try to frame them in a way where people can understand things. Knowledge loss makes me angry. Yeah. And it does get lost, right? Like even if it gets lost in the void. And this stuff can really help people, right? If I were me, like I tried to get better at singing by finding information that I wanted to have the way that I try to package it. If I existed 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I might not have even gone to school for music. I would have just studied my own videos. That's why I do what I do. I would have done that instead. And I would have been okay. I needed a different approach than what is traditionally done. And I talk to beatboxers. There's a lot of people who make sounds in beatboxing who self-soothe. Last event, it went and brought in a whole printed picture of that diagram. Dude, it's a great diagram. It's dope. A lot of work went into that, I can tell. Yeah, smelt iron 3 different times we're stuck. My God. Thing is, I gotta chill though, because I also have to. I'm not gonna be able to pull anybody in by being angry about it. Like I gotta understand like why it happens and where people are coming from. The reality is that, you know, people usually just enjoy things pretty casually. Is the truth behind the matter, right? Like I've had people come into my channel who get angry at me for caring about the details as much as I do. And like it's okay if somebody doesn't want to go all in hardcore crazy on a thing. Like I do have to accept that it's okay to consume something casually. Hard for I have to remind myself that that's the thing. Um but it's also like, you know, yeah. Anyway, dude, you're so passionate. It's so great. Yeah. Thanks for coming on, dude. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm heated. I'm a little heated. Like Massage tryhards, absolutely. I know no chill. Um, yeah. So what we do, to answer your question, Lamb. All right. Audio problems aside, how you doing, my dude?
I'm doing.
So what I do is I have software, um, that I made. It's not terribly sophisticated, but um, there we go. So what I do is I throw all my videos in these folders, and then I run a jump cut script. So like I record live, then I run this script, and I have videos that end up being jump cutted and concatted. The lack of volume consistency in my mic right now is a big problem with that script, but yeah, it allows me to churn out videos really, really fast for like basic jump cuts. So I try to make everything as interesting as possible just from the raw footage. And then I don't worry about like being crazy and wild on camera because the jump cuts will kind of increase the pacing naturally. But yeah, we're trying to do more with that stuff, but yeah, right. Yeah, space. Hopefully you have more internet at your house. Thanks for taking the time. And tell your girlfriend I appreciate her letting me borrow you, you know. Um, you know, if you didn't focus on everything. Some people it's fine. Some people can get away with like a more intuitive approach or like visualization. Like that's fine for some people, but like yeah, it doesn't work for me. Well, I guess what bothers me too, I was told to quit. Right? First of all, uh as if like singing is dangerous or something. Like what's the harm in me pursuing it? Like what does it do? It's not a dangerous profession. So what's the harm in me pursuing it? First of all. So that the you should quit thing is ridiculous to me for that reason. The second bit that bothers me about that is like, you sure I'm the one who's lacking skill? Right? Because I'm putting in the work. So if I can't learn and you're telling me to quit, what does that say about you? Whose fault is it? Is it me? Is it you? Is it a combination? Probably a combination, right? But like that there's so many voice teachers who blame the student. Drives me insane. If you can't help someone who's trying, that's on you if you're a teacher. Just own it. Just tell them you can't help them. Don't tell them to quit. It's cowardice. You know? It's ridiculous. Get good. Be better. Stop sucking. You know, how dare you discourage someone to protect your own ego? That's happened a bunch. I've seen that a lot. So, you know, and with people like Space and there's not a lot of people, there are people who do this for singing, not a lot of people who do it for beatboxing. I know of two. I haven't looked, but head chef blaming his brigade. Exactly. Yeah. When I have a problem with my channel, I don't blame my editors. I blame me. You know, I can have my editors help and they do help. But like, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. It's like a lot of comes up around this. I have a lot to say on this. So yeah, jealousy and envy can be quite bad to students. Yeah. Fragile egos, and of which there are plenty. Um, um, my perspective on it is that if they want it uninterrupted, they should go support video themselves. Because breakdowns and reactions are what make reaction content interesting to me. Yeah. If they want people like, if they want to watch the video without interruptions, go watch the video, right? This idea of So I understand the appeal because I've had to. I tried to understand the appeal of uninterrupted React videos. And what it is that people usually have they have a lot of love for a thing. They feel alone with that love for a thing, and they watch somebody else enjoy it to the extent they do, and they feel less alone, and they feel that their love for it is validated. But, and while that's fine, it's straight up content theft. You know, that's what it is. If you're not going to add anything to it, you're just making faces. Like, I don't know. I don't think that that's enough, personally. Thanks, Defiant. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'm like, thanks for taking me up on my free voice lesson. That's how much I love working with beatboxers. I just think it's interesting as shit. But yeah, we're gonna be. So we're gonna be doing after the stream. We're gonna be doing like the Discord watch stuff. I'm gonna try to figure out what to do. Also next week a little bit. I'm gonna be planning a little bit, so I might not be as attentive. Because like getting space in here motivates me a lot. It's like it renews my energy for like. I can't rest on my laurels. Yeah. Anyway. Actually, if a React isn't a breakdown or analysis of some kind, it's usually much less interesting. I agree with that. Define. I think we might be outliers in that regard, but like, also that's fine. You know, a lot of times social media strategies focus too much on just raw view count. I told my guys the most important metric for me is engagement. That's the most important one because that's how you know people give a damn. And there are a lot of React channels that have more views than me. Their engagement is paltry by comparison. How's the stream been? It's been great, Elena. We had Space Beatbox on. I always try to say to all my students that they can learn the sound, and I try my hardest. Only time they give up is if they truly want to, and I try to encourage them for learning a different one. Yeah. Working with people's psychology as a teacher is really important. Weather is also contributing to my dehydration, so I booked for next month. Yeah, Montasia, I have a hard time with it myself. I live in the desert, you know, so like I'm always making sure I'm drinking water, to be clear. Okay, yeah, I think you can. The booking portal should allow you to like cancel movement and stuff. Defiant. Oh, a humidifier would be a good idea, actually. Yeah, beatboxing is awesome. There's going to be a video up. I really wish. Well, I don't know. We really need to use the second channel more, and I need to learn to frame stuff better. Imagine not living on a giant peninsula, right? So like, here's the thing. I get testy with hold on. I gotta drop in Monty's stream real quick and just throw some support that way. No way. Money on Twitch? Okay, she is on Twitch. I just want to do a dono real quick for money. Just give me a second. I'm going to just drop some support on money real quick. And then we'll get back to it. Oh, she got it right. Ha ha! All of money's releases today. That's right. That's a segue. All right, sorry. Just want to drop that support for money because, you know, I had to mute this. Had to mute that. For some bases, sometimes it's way harder or impossible to learn sounds due to anatomy. For me, it's chest-based because of the epiglottic shape. Okay. That makes sense. Ha. Yeah, okay. If Stream Elements is chatter, I gotta calm that timer down. Yeah, it's a little much. Guys, I'm super excited. The camera just came in. Has the timer been obnoxious? I feel like it's a little much. 10 minutes. But yeah. New camera's here. I just got it. Let me show you guys. Because you guys are the ones who paid for it, for God's sakes. It's a little thicker than the 5100, but the CA6100 is the next gen of the camera that I currently use. There's a kind of a yellow hue from the 5100 that we tried to correct by going to HDR. HDR looks phenomenal on my OBS, and then we try to use it in our footage, and it doesn't work out. So, and there are a lot of other problems that we've been having, like disk space and all that stuff. So HDR, and then the streaming it, I can't stream it on Twitch. But like a new camera ain't cheap. So that you guys pitched in is big. Thank you for that. So yeah, I got it right here. That's getting installed ASAP. I'm gonna put this back nice and safe. Yeah, I mean, I love when HDR works. Problem is that like a lot of devices can't do it. Did I dox myself? Did it have my address on it? I don't think it did. No, it didn't. I'm not careful enough about that stuff. Yeah. I just changed it to 15. So, back from taking apart, back together dishwasher. Jeez. Outside your window? Oh, jeez. There have been people who've been trying to. Well, I won't get into that, but some folks are trying it with. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time someone showed up during a live stream. To my surprise, but yeah. Yeah, no, well, it's definitely going to be there next stream. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Katie. I'm really not careful enough about that stuff. I really got to be better about it. Um, I'm always like really careful about it when it comes to other people. Like I asked my editors. I always ask people who were like, if, Cameron, But with me, I'm just I'm a little too relaxed on that. Yeah, but there's a reason I don't do unboxing content. Yeah. Yeah, I can't stop thinking about like how to do a better job bridge building. Yeah, Space, you inspire me. Like seriously, dude. I hope you're still watching because you're probably with your girlfriend. So imagine she might not be happy if I'm taking too much of your time. But like, the work you do is really dope, dude. Yeah, I feel bad. So many people want me to do stuff with beatboxers for React content, and I love that I get beatboxers. I love that. I love that. God, I can't do it without anything, any value add. Not anymore. I hate it. I hate it too much. The amount of work that people put into a single routine, they take like a month more, and they craft it and they mold it and they go and they travel for competitions, and I'm just sitting on my duff watching. I can't stand it. So having someone like Space on, or having Defiant on, having Eclipse on, like these are the things that I want to do. Yeah, man. Super cool stuff. What have I been doing this live so far? So we just had a beatbox researcher on. Space. I'll link his channel up here. And he walked us through 75 different bass sounds, more than that actually, and how they work. And I had a ton of questions, and he was like, "We do have to get through the video, my dude." And I was like, "You make a fair point." And he's been an active member of my community for a long time. He does a lot of work in terms of like what you could think of Space. It's not totally accurate, but like what I do for singing, he does for beatboxing. He puts a lot of work into understanding the anatomy, I say that it's similar, not quite the same, because I'm not as informed. I don't spend. I learn it so I can do it. Space can do all this stuff, but he's also like he's really into the research stuff, like really into it. Um, I only go so far as I require to be able to do it myself. Just turns out that I'm so untalented. I need quite a bit of information. Um, yeah. So I was thinking to myself, like, how do I get his work more attention? How do I get more attention to Monty? How do I get more attention to all these people who are behind the scenes? Monty's not even behind the scenes. Monty's out there streaming and putting out content and writing music and putting herself. She's plugging herself. She's working. Same thing. I reached out to 16 in Mono before I went live today. Let me see if he actually responded, because I thought his piano work on that track was incredible. Static Bass, which sucks because it's one of my favorites. Man, we'll have you back on in a jiff. We'll talk about it, okay? Um, yeah. Uh, um, actually, 16 Mono did respond. Sorry, I'm just messaging 16 Mono response. Let me my link here for 16 Mono. There's so much talent in this world. Like, it's crazy. All right. Sorry. Oh, okay. I hope she feels a little bit better, Montasia. 16 Mon, looking forward to meeting him. I really want to meet Monty as well. Sick talents that are in this community. It's crazy. Yeah, Night Wolves. I'm also like I'm so excited that folks are branching out because like as cool as competitions are, um, as cool as competitions are, and beatbox battles are dope. I love that stuff. Watching improver, like if we look at Den, oh god, there's so many insane. Den is one of my favorite artists. I think he does sick music, and he hasn't done well in competitions. Not done well. I mean, Ghost had a whole spiel on this. Um, but Den is sick, And I vibe with his music a lot. But he doesn't like win stuff. But he's one of my favorite artists, right? Because beatbox, as it turns out, is an art form, right? And Den does some really interesting stuff with singing. So like, this is Den. Literally one of my favorite beatboxers. He puts so much work into his music and his videos. I have so much respect for Den. It's like this. I love this dude's art. Like beatboxing is art. This man makes amazing music.
I'm hooked on your love. No one else is enough. Whenever you touch me, the room's heating up.
Super, super, super inspired by R&B. I guess is why I really like it, because I grew up around this music, because I'm older than I look.
Enough. Whenever you touch me, the room's heating up. The way that you move,
I haven't seen his wild photo, so
know how to
check it out
groove.
next.
Baby, just know I'm all yours to do. I'm hooked on your love. No.
But even the soundscape, man, like that snare, right? This singing technique, to get that R&B style, he brings his tongue back a little bit, which isn't necessarily my favorite thing, but that domed soft palate, like I'm going to do back at one because that's what I grew up with. It's undeniable that we should be together. And all emotional that I used to say that I'd fall never. Right? When you dome your soft palate, you get like this chill vibe. If you lift it, it's undeniable that we should be together. It's almost like country. It's just not a problem. It's just not my preference. It's your Dolly Parton. Chase you can hang.
That you move, you know how to groove. Baby, just know I'm all yours to do. I'm hooked on your love. No one else is enough.
This dude puts so much work in his music, man. Oh!
You know how to groove. Baby, just know.
This mix is so good. I want to talk to this man. He's a legend in my eyes. He's one of my favorite beatboxers. Everyone's like, he hasn't won. He placed only second at BBU, hasn't won. Who cares, man? It's good music. It's good music. It's great. Tony the Tiger cannot get enough of Den. Yeah, the bass line's sick, right? Yeah. This little detail, this little nugget right here. That's that man's cluck. Just a single cluck. With the reverb on it. Tasteful. Like, come on, man. This is sick. Yeah. Yeah, this would Ghost brought this up, Defiant, was that like the dude is actually doing really well in battles, like, but just because like he doesn't win a GBB, so everyone's like, oh, damn, it's washed. No, he's not. He's murdering nerds. He's drop kicking nerds.
You got my attention. Oh, I can't take my eyes off of you. I'm in love.
This is so good.
With everything you do. We ain't got nothing to lose. So baby, let me take your hand and let's groove to the music. You know how to move it. You know
And this, like, what I think, like, what I love about him a lot, and what I get personally encouraged with when I listen to Den's beatboxing, and particularly his tracks, it's a reminder of, like, man, you can just do a lot with kick snare, right? Beatboxing sounds dope, even the simple sounds, right? So, like, yeah, I want to go like, and then, like, do all the crazy stuff, but, like, man, sometimes has a lot more musical context and is a lot more usable and makes for a better tune. And Den is, like, really good at just having restraint and taste.
Say that you love me, prove it. Let's don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
It's a reminder of, like, we don't do this to be impressive. We do this to make music. It just happens to also be impressive. Oh! Look at that! Look at the video edit! Look how much work this man puts in! He's a legend! I gotta stop screaming. I'm trying to rest my voice, but I can't help it. It's so exciting. Look at it! You know how much work this is? Like, guys, I try to make videos like this. This stuff takes an eternity to edit. You have no idea. I have written scripts in Python over years to try and make this editing easier on my life because it takes so much time. It is redonkulous. And he's out here saying, I don't care about your algorithm, YouTube. I don't care about, I gotta post twice a week. I gotta post 3 times a week to even stay relevant in the algorithm. Oh, no, screw you, algorithm. I'm Den. I don't give a fuck. I'm a Giga Chad. I'm just gonna drop a banger. It's gonna be dope. I'm supposed to be on Vocal Rest, and I don't care. Punch my chair. Let's go. He doesn't have scripts. He goes in the video edit like a Chad. This is so good. Dude, you're cracked. I need to interview more beatboxers, man. I need to get Den on here. This is so sick, dude. I'm sorry, Blitz. I didn't mean to scare my dog a little bit. I was like, why are you scared? It's like, oh, that's right. I yelled. You're good. Den's just sometimes, like, it feels like beatboxing is so top heavy sometimes. I gotta see this wild card. Like, my channel has like 500,000 views a month at this point. And, like, it's cool that people watch my stuff. This guy exists on the internet. It's crazy. Yeah, Defiant. Yeah, I would gladly give him some of my
Baby, it's so contagious. It's so contagious. Just tell my truth. Waste no time between us. Waste no time between us.
Dude. Oh, yeah, buddy. This is a wild card, right? Dude, you could take a metronome to this. It's so on time. It's clean. Space knows Den. I would love to talk to Den. I would love to talk to Den. But obviously don't call in any favors on my behalf. You know? And yes, I'm sorry for punching Chaircon. Sonata says the best synth sounds in the scene. This is sick. This is sick. It's dope.
Tell my truth. Waste no time between us. Waste no time between us.
Like, if Space could come on and explain what this stuff is, dude, These sounds are so sick. But it's a produced track? Okay. Okay, I was gonna lose my mind. It's like, I was like, how is he doing that? Okay. But it's absolutely worthy of post-production. It's so good. Unofficial wild card? Hey, I'm here for it.
You're so contagious, the way you move, baby, it's so contagious, it's so contagious. Just tell the truth, waste no time between us, waste no time between us.
Like, again, so yeah, like Den has insane chops as a recording artist, right? I think one of the reasons why the BBU is such a good competition to show off Den is because, like, listen, the recording arts, like, we've had Saber on this channel, we had audio engineers on this channel. Like, it's work, it's its own skill. Being a recording artist is its own thing, and we don't have the. It is such a shame that we don't get to enjoy the BBU, which was a competition that gave it advantage to people who were recording artists, right? Like, Den crushes in that skill set, and we don't have a medium in the beatboxing community to celebrate that. And it's like a travesty. It's a travesty. You gonna tell me this isn't dope? And there's so much expression going on in the decisions of the post-production. Highlighting this is super important. What sound is that? Nice. It is full dopery. Steady? Okay. Steady. Goated, dude. Amazing. Tasteful mix. Absolutely sick. Like, his release schedule is so seldom, but he's always dropping bangers. Always. Den is absolutely sick. And I enjoy a lot of this. Like, he puts a lot of space between a lot of different musical ideas. Like, the timing of when he'll introduce a melody or a little lick or something like that. Like a, what would be like a guitar lick, right? Like, just super tasteful musicianship. Yeah, man. Him and Gene Shinozaki is crazy. Crazy good, too. Like, we need to give love on people who are, like, sick musicians in the beatbox scene. They stole the bee's knees with that buzzing? Yeah, that's right. Makes sense with Steady's composition style. I don't know enough about Steady. Fine, when are you gonna come on back on here and school me? Huh? We gotta get you in space schooling me. You know? I'm ignorant. Ignorant. I'm an appreciator of these legends. But I'd love to know more. If you have like a lecture ready to go from deep in your soul, I'd love to have you back on. Marvelous? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I only saw his first thing. Marvelous is dope too. Yeah. Oh, so many sick talents, dude. The beatboxing space has just got sick nerds. Defiant, for you, I'll go live. If you're going to show me something sick, that's just a good time. I think if I do it, KD, I'd want to do it from a musical perspective. I'm not interested in sound banking as much. But like I'd be interested in like Defiant, and Defiant has taught me like he's like, here's your dubstep beat patterns, here's your EDM beat patterns. Like I'd like to do that. Take your time. Also, Defiant does not have to be tomorrow. You know, just like I don't want you to rush or be inconvenienced by it. You know, you always can poke me if you want to do something with it. Always. Does not have to be tomorrow. But it'd be dope if it were. But yeah, man, like there's supposed to be Mariah on the stream. I just cannot care. I love Mariah. I love Mariah's music. But like, man. Yeah, man. You let me know. And if it doesn't work out tomorrow, if it's too short notice, totally understand. I'd love to have you on tomorrow. I'll go live for you tomorrow, any day. I love talking with you. I guess like I don't know. Maybe it's always like I don't know. Yeah, that would be helpful, Defiant. And I would like, if it's okay with you, Defiant, I'd like to do it through a track, if that's okay. I'd like to do it through a track. Like I'd like to learn through making music, and we could do it on a looper. You know, like I said I'd toss Ghost a thing, you know, that he could work with, and it's like I got you know, my OBS setup a little. Like I got this thing here. I got this, all these. It'd be easy enough for me to add a green screen to any one of these and give you and Ghost and anybody who wants to do like a little quick beatbox thing, like the ability to just put themselves in the video, super easy. But my musical sensibilities are not quite enough that I can hear where opera would fit in or where chords would fit in or whatever. It'd be dope to do it as a track. Let me see if this one is more than fine. Okay. Yeah, Rafik, I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, pass the loop. I think that's the best way to do the pass the loop. I've talked to people about this in the beatbox community for a while. It's very hard to do. I think pass the samples probably. Like pass the music video. Wow, this audio is really bothering. Pass the loop. Yep. I think that would be the way to do it. Like literally just make a track and hand it over to people, give them that OBS green screen so that, you know, any fool can just load it up on OBS, chroma key it out, drop a sick, you know, beat pattern or whatever, right? And I think that the reason I can't hear how I would make something for some other beatboxer to drop stuff on is I don't make music with beatboxing. Right? So how am I gonna give something to Ghost to go crazy over when I don't understand how a track is built? You know what I'm saying? And you make music. You make beatboxing music, so you know. You know. Yeah. Anyway. so many sick talents, man. I'd love to do so like no. Usually I've been going on for a while. Um for a while longer than this. I haven't ended at 5 in a bit. I usually go on longer. I would love to do the Discord thing, the Discord listening party. If y'all don't mind indulging me, I wouldn't mind throwing up a lot more beatboxing on there. Um, because like the big motivator for the channel and what was causing me to work really hard um was like largely financial motivation. Obviously I have love for this and I have a purpose beyond that, but like now that I can clear my head from anxiety about that now. Um, you know, I'm going to just assume that next month will be as good or good enough. Keep this going. I'm just going to have that assumption. Dangerous, perhaps, but like I don't mind working crazy hours, long hours if I have fuel. Anxiety as fuel is a terrible thing. I don't have as much anxiety. Thankfully. But man, now without that, it's like, what am I doing? And having space on and seeing Monty with 30 concurrent viewers. And she's talking about dropping her new release in an hour. Boggles my mind. Like I said, it makes me angry. I'm getting a little too heated. It's such a difficult thing to push smaller artists, you know? Like it's hard for me to sit with I do an ERB video or mouse video, say a couple things. 10,000 views, 20,000 views, right? Like Daryl's music moves me to my soul. Monty, I do need Saber around to like explain Monty to me, but when I do, man, it's awesome. I want to figure out how to push smaller artists that are sick because there's so many of them. Like trying to make the software public, we're not good enough to be an open source project, but like making it accessible to people one person at a time as we develop. All I got is Obsidian. I don't know. Low key jealous of some of my singer songwriter friends because I feel like composing for beatboxing is harder, but I also have a lot more options. Interesting. So many in the beatboxing community out there helping with understanding the beatboxing, helping bridge the community. Yeah, man. That there is a bridge, that there is a lot of crossover between beatboxing and VTuber fans was a real surprise to me. But I'm not mad about it. In fact, Saber knew who I was from my beatboxing content. So like my name preceded me is always a weird thing. Oh yeah, agent, that's kind of the point. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah. Yeah, it's more of like a let's just share some music and have a dope time. Because I'm usually just like not, it's my time to chill and not analyze it. So yeah, Rafi, this like I want to make it really easy for artists to collaborate. So like I got like a when people collaborate, like one of the things that one of my favorite pieces of beatbox content. Collapse used to do this thing. It's like 100 beatboxers, do the thing. I thought that was such a good idea, and he used to do a lot of that. I'm not sure if he's still doing that. Looks like he's not posting anywhere near as much as he used to, but Um, but like that should make a return. Yeah, well, Katie, that's the thing. It's like I'd have to manage the open source. I don't know if I can do. Uh, it's not my. I don't think it's my best stuff, Nightwolves. Because like I'm not super technical with beatboxing. It's mostly me just freaking out and losing my mind over. Hey, Kenobi. But like, yeah. So Dovos, maybe. I don't think we need to change much of what we're doing. Like the channel's killing it. Like if I switch to thumbnail right now, we got like 30 concurrents, which is like the lowest stream numbers that we've had like in 3 weeks or something crazy like that. It's not a problem. I'm not complaining about it. Because I know my point is that if I switch a thumbnail to like, we're doing Iron Mouse or we're doing URB or we're doing Michi or we're doing any of those folks, we're gonna get a lot of people just flooding into this stream. That's fine. But my point is like, how do I translate that to smaller artists? And there are ways to do it. I just need to think about it. You freaking out is what did it? Yeah, Rafik, but like, yeah, maybe just sharing passion is a valuable. They want to find a different way to do it. Like mixing, like when I talk about singers, I feel like I do good work. I want to highlight beatboxers again. I think they're sick. I can't do the technical thing. You hear? But like I could do the learning. I can humble myself. We can learn a classic track, break it down. Defiant can school me, and then everybody can just pile in and do a cover of it or something. There are ways to do it also through quantity of posts as well. So like it's funny, someone said, "Oh, Max totally has heard of your Bajaru crash." I'm like, no, fat chance, right? How many views does Bajaru get versus Mouse? Not a lot. So that epic crash out, that's one of my best crash outs that I've had in a long time, has 3,000 views. And ERB Skyfall React has 9,000 views. Here's what we did to make up for that. How many Bajaru videos did I release? Fucking all of them. All of them. Shorts. Got like 8 Bajaru videos that we're doing. Screw it, right? Because we don't have, we make more content than we can possibly post. So that's how we do it, right? And then we can also amplify that by making content that's easier for other people to make content out of. And that's how we can do it. So the different ways to do it. Anyway. I Dovos, it happens. It's fine. It's my job, I think, as the creator to push people and give people something to like that rabbit hole to go down. And I've done that successfully, I think, for a lot of folks who weren't watching VTubers. I've done that. I've created a little bit of that funnel for the VTuber community. I'm happy to do. It's a wonderful thing to do for amazing artists. I want to do it for beatboxing again. I just can't do it the way that I do it for other folks. I got to figure out something else. That's it. Passion is platonically, of course. Yeah. Thanks, Asian. Yeah. It's the Carl. That's a good point. Yeah, it's not the freakouts. It's the passion. When it's a freak out, it's funny. When it's crying, it's yeah. When it's love of the game, for sure. Yeah. Nightwolves, 100%. Missing contact Shinobi. I had space on. Talk about his research on beatboxing. And the view counts are not what they should be for the amount of work that he does and how important his work is, right? And I was trying to figure out how do I get him more like his kind of stuff. If I make the content that would have helped me when I was starting out as a singer, I needed to learn a certain way. Space makes the kind of content that if I wanted to do beatboxing, his content is the stuff I would need to learn. It's my learning style. I need all the details. I need to know how shit works. Space makes amazing content. He's got 72 subscribers. Spends 4 months on a video. So he does 75 sounds. He's going to do tutorials and stuff like that. And he's a researcher. So he gets himself scoped regularly. Like, he's putting in a lot of work. And I was like, how do I get this man more attention? How do I get him more views? How do I package it? And then I went off and I was like, this is not a problem unique to Space, right? My frustration is that there's a lot of sick talent out there. And I want to know how to help people. Like, because it's sick. It's so good, right? So like, I want to be better at my job, which is like, this is somewhat of a music appreciation channel, right? So how do I get people to watch in a way that's good for them as well, right? Not like trick people, but like actually have it be good. So that's the context. And that's what I'm trying to focus on. Tried during a music react, almost seemed from near sold. Yeah. I mean, just raw passion is nice to see. It's humanizing. Yeah, exactly. Not wolves, yeah. Yeah, Rafik, yeah. The freakouts are found like they manifest from legitimate passion. They're not like vapid just yelling at a camera, which yeah, does happen. So search Dovos is like not great. I've tested that. I've tried it. The problem is people got to be looking for it, and a lot of the people I have on aren't looking for it. Like, you know, like that's the problem. Is that a lot of this stuff? Like if I did Delo React, there are people searching for Delo React, right? But it's like Delo science of sound that's not searchable. So it's I got to figure that one out. I don't know if it's impossible, Katie, but it's it only works in very specific circumstances. We do get traffic from search, but it's yeah. In the case of like specific for the point, if I have a popular video, optimizing for SEO matters. It's yeah, yelling with conviction is yeah. No, all of my I always try to make sure that everything comes from a place of legitimate, that's like there's acting and there's acting. Like you can only play a character if you're actually going to pull from the realness. And that's always what I try to do. That's why I just don't post stuff if I like something. If I don't like something, I don't post it. This dynamic range is killing me. What is going on? I don't know what's going on with this. Anyway. But so yeah, this is where like marketing brain kicks in. Pardon me, talking about like the pragmatic things, but like this is I always spend my like end of weeks being like, what can I do different this week? So, all right. The advantage that I have, I can post video output is arbitrary for me, right? Almost arbitrary because of our automation. So, like, how do I get beatboxers more noticed? Cover trending. Right? Easy enough. The thing is that, like, here's the problem with this one. But just so you know, right? It's like Saber's not. No one said anything negative about Neuro, right? Saying he's more passionate about Mani's work. Mani is not a particularly large artist. In the same way, like Mani is most known for her contribution to Neurosama, right? Artists don't necessarily always like to discuss the thing that is their most popular work, right? So this doesn't always work. I'm fine putting that up on stream, right? Right. So I could interview Mani and have her talk about something. I could have Ghost on to talk about Dila, but then I'm not going to get them to be passionate, right? I'm going to get clicks. People are going to watch, and then they're going to bounce. Right? They're going to watch because it's Neurosama. They won't actually end up caring about other people that I bring on. Give me 1 second to fix this. It's like you guys are saying, right? You watch me because I'm passionate. I got to be able to get people talking about stuff they care about legitimately. So this doesn't always work, right? Option 2, lots of videos. Lots of them. Just metric volume. Like shorts. Live streams. Videos on 2 channels. Videos on other people's channels. What's really good for this? Pass the loop. I can make a green screen video where a bunch of different people could really quickly put something out. It'd be easy, it's low hanging fruit, but to make this work, producing tracks needs to be benign, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So let's do it for the Oshi and means we all want our favorites. Exactly, Rafi. I'm glad you guys are. Thanks for having patience for this stuff. Yeah, exactly. You can think of it like this. If it takes 500K views, view video, or it's much easier to create a video. It'll get 5,000 views, and it's interesting. Mr. Beast disagrees with this wholeheartedly, but that's because he goes for viral stuff. It's not applicable to. Right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. So, like, you can accomplish a lot of views, and this is how we run the channel. Obviously, we don't, you know, like we do try to plan around and do content that's going to do very well, you know. But yeah, like I said, like sometimes you just crap out a lot of videos and you're good to go. Invite them and have them nerd out about a song you react to. So if someone's willing to come on and talk about a really popular artist and they're legitimately passionate about it, that works. Dovos. And that's like solution one. What if Saber wants to talk about Monty? Right? So then we need solution two. We just need to cut that up. My interview with Daryl, for example. The Stargazers care about that interview. I need to cut it up a little bit and post it, make it into shorts and do all that stuff and just blah, 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 blah. So we need the other thing we're doing. This vertical thing we're trying to do this better. So that we have more clips. That's where the SDR comes in. We're really bottlenecked by how much disk space we're using with HDR. So Nightwolves depends. So 3 videos, including a live stream. So if we do beyond 3 larger videos on YouTube, shorts, we can do every 3 hours. We have a second channel, that works too. If I make content for other people, for example, I cut up that Starlight Daryl interview into a bunch of little chunks and then she posts it and we make the thumbnails using Thumbnail Maker. Now we're talking, right? But people need to be okay with that. So that's kind of a challenge there. So 2 has a diminishing returns to be sure. Strategy 2, which is just quantity, has a diminishing returns. And we have hit that hard on this channel. I cannot possibly post all the things that I make. Right? So how do I get other people to post on their stuff? I think shorts are going to be interesting. We're going to see about shorts. Because I think music videos do really well and are conducive to short form. But Mr. Beast is an outlier, but some of his advice holds. But it depends. Mr. Beast is going for viral, massive, as viral as you can go. That's what he's going for. I serve a very specific niche of people. All I have to do is be best in class in terms of the content, in terms of the production, and then it's about volume. That's more the normal strategy. It depends, Dovos. It can, unless there is variety, right? So let's talk about demographics. I'm glad, Ryan. Second channel does help, yeah. There is a way, Katie. We're working on it. So this is absolutely true. It's a good point. Right? Solution. Content variety. So we do interviews, we do reacts, we do music videos, do interactive live streams, short clips, right? Right. So the variety is one way to do it. And then the other is don't have one audience. Boom. Starlight Daryl's fans didn't know Bajaru existed. Most of them. Right? So it's fresh. I make 8 videos on Bajaru. Bajaru's fans know. Right? There's an advantage to covering also mid-sized artists because those communities are super passionate. Bajaru's community is so charged with passion for what Bajaru does that they were unfathomably grateful. It was weird. It was weird for me to experience the level of gratitude that those folks had for me just freaking out over her skills, right? And also Bajaru's on vacation, so I'm their content for the week, basically, right? So, if I cover someone who's not covered a lot, and then I do work with them and collaborate with them, then you get the content variety. So there's ways to do it, but you're right. It's to be kept in mind, 100%. Yeah, Katie. Yeah. And I'd rather target passionate people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I vibe with everybody who has found me. I've noticed there's a bit of a diminishing returns on like doing more mouse content in terms of actually finding people who want to stick around in my community. Which is fine. Uh, there's only so many people who are mouse fans who are going to be fans of me, right? It's not going to be a perfect Venn diagram. Um, but the sharing of a community and the sharing of collaborative efforts are really, really dope, as a strategy. I think I want to do more of them. Yeah. So, but I gotta go back to planning out my live streams, I think, as well. Yeah, I think passion is definitely there. Like, and it's gotta be real. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate Ryan. Um, and one of the things I want to do better when I interview folks is I want to bring out their passion, um, and get them to talk. It's also why I don't know if like having questions in advance is like I could have questions in advance at the ready just in case I nail something, but like I also need to know the artist better. Like, problem is like we post a lot, so you want to know something about me. You have a backlog of 1,000 videos to figure it out, but like you want to know something about Daryl, you got to catch a live stream. Which I don't even know if always saves her VODs. So like a lot of these mid-sized artists, like then they don't post a lot, so it can be hard to figure out a lot about them. Anyway, these are the challenges. Yeah, uh, yeah. No, well, it's like like Saber didn't know much about Bajru, right? A lot of people don't know much about Bajru because a lot of people don't go on Twitch, right? It's another reason why I'm excited for SDR is like I think we're gonna pop off on Twitch. Also, collaborations are the way to grow on Twitch. Period. It's like there's no discoverability, so you have to do it through collaborations, which is old school, frankly. Um, yes, Dovos, I agree. I need to be more prepared for fallback questions. I just need to figure out a way to actually prepare them and not come up with like, and where were you born? You know what I mean? Something that's interesting. Yeah, Katie. Yeah, well said. I much prefer having this problem over the money motivate me. Because like the reality is that like money comes from like actually providing service and helping people, you know? And now that I'm less worried about the finance stuff, like less worried about the numbers and the pragmatic realities, I can actually focus on the content with a lot more focus and ferocity than I think I had previously. So I'm looking forward to the next few months. Strategy 3. Basically, I have Too Boring taking big swings. It's taking 1 week to edit um, videos. So like we just have big projects and I hand them to Too Boring. Obsidian and I are trying to take care of like a lot of the quantity. I'm trying to do the collaboration reach out and stuff like that. And Obsidian's just trying to help me offload a lot of the uploading and distribution and stuff that ends up happening. We got to figure out vertical. But anyway. Crowdsource? That's a good point, Agent. I'm going to write that down. Yeah, especially I can go into a community and ask. Hey, Kusamari. When you're that talented, it's very hard to not get noticed. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed how much it doesn't matter. Honestly, it's her community. Bajaru's community is why her relationship with her audience is why she's getting noticed. That's the real shit. I'm going to be honest with you. That's the real stuff. We're talking about I had a little bit of a crash out on smaller artists getting recognized, and trying to figure out what to do about it. Yeah, Dovos, and I definitely tend to go too. I burn too hot. Like I definitely need to chill out. But like I love hanging out with Defy. So like streaming tomorrow for Defy is not like a big ask, and I have a lesson tomorrow as well. Getting noticed in modern climates, especially on social media, has very little to do with talent. Everything to do with how you make the algorithm push you to discovery. Yeah. Yes and no. I wouldn't say everything. I think if you're a talentless hack, you're not interesting. Doesn't matter what you package. But yeah, a lot of it is figuring out marketing. But like the at the end of the day, the real thing you want to do is have relationships with people. It took me way too long to learn that. Like so much of the content that I'm making and putting out there is like storytelling content. That's why I like it. Yeah, like talking to you guys is like I said, this is my social life. But there's also like, again, like Bajaru, and this goes back to what you said earlier, Agent. Like, if it doesn't come from a real place, it's not going to work, right? Like connecting with people, you actually have to care. You have to care about them for real. You actually have to care about them, and then you get that loyalty after 8 years of grinding and caring about your audience. You get the kind of loyalty that Bajaru gets, right? That's why she's growing, I think, personally. But that's my thesis. No, I know, Kirsmar. It's just always difficult to. I mean, the reason why we're having a conversation about it's really hard to. It's hard to be succinct in describing everything. I think you know all this and stuff. It's just like finding the words, Yeah, it is a lot of fun. Yeah, screwing around with beatboxing noise is a lot of fun. Karen, I think it can be. I think Twitch people are saying that discoverability on Twitch is bad. It's different. It's how platforms used to work. You had to do collaborations. Yeah. Yeah, limited characters. Yeah. It's like I'm trying to figure out the right words right now. That's why I'm going on about this. I'm trying to talk to you all. I'm trying to figure out like what I'm going to do. Because I do not want to just spam out videos of bigger artists doing just React content. What are we going to do? Right? I like crowdsourcing for questions, so that's a good idea. And I like having like safety nets. I like having a couple of different strategies because metas change. I've seen this so many times. Like when like one of my favorite channels, 5-second films. This is like classic YouTube. And you've seen this, like, you guys have probably seen this referenced in other videos.
Oh, fuck!
when this is like 16 years, 18 years, 16 years old. When YouTube's what wasn't when it didn't prioritize watch time, 5-second films was a great strategy for a channel. You make high effort 5-second clips, and you just farm like raw view count. Problem. Now it's about watch time. So, like, but now shorts are a thing, right? So meta's changed. So if you can't make short form, I started with short form, so I can work short form. And music videos are great for short. How much is the? I don't think my most recent music video is doing really. Yeah, it's okay to not like things as a music video. 13-second little jingle there. Doing okay. So like, that's why I think Past the Loop has some potential. Because that video and video style is seen as high effort, and it's a little thumb stoppy. But anyway. Did I found anything interesting with all the suggestions of the Discord watch party? Yeah, a lot of. I mean, seeing Thespian actually sing was dope. There's a lot of beautiful music in there. Ed Sheeran, I like the Ed Sheeran music. That Norwegian singer is great. Hearing charismatic voice sing, I didn't know. I didn't know it was like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, sometimes there's a critical mass of patience. Yeah. But I'm always thinking about how to get better, because that gets me out of bed. You know. Game collab stream with folks might be useful to get better understanding where paths do and don't intermingle. Yeah, I was hoping to wet my feet with gaming content by working with the Bugs Are Bad. They used to have web rings or web portals where someone landing page. Yeah, Karen, those are making a comeback a little bit. Love community collab projects. Yeah, agreed, Kismari. Yeah, it feels like a big deal. It feels exciting, right? That Starlight, Bajru, and I are collaborating. That Bajru and I did collaborate, right? It's like a little high effort. It's something different. It's exciting. Always dropping gems under liberal, happy. I'm glad you enjoyed Montage. Yeah, it looks like I'm going a little over. Yeah, Kisumari, yeah. I agree. Yeah, Karen. I mean, that's why I think like having, because I'm interested in the long game always. I much prefer it. So like that's why like growing community is like the number one priority, not views. It's engagement that I'm after, because I want a community, because that's longevity. It's also gratifying. You know, I don't want to. You know how shitty it is to make something for an algorithm. You know how like emotionally vapid that is. I hate it. Making something for y'all, that I can get behind as an artist. I can't stand the idea of making an algorithm. Oh, the Greek one was dope, and then the other one was also dope. They both were great. RTSG. I'm not formally trained in marketing, so you'll have to let me try to educate myself. Also, another thing I'm really excited for with motorcycle news in my face. Yeah. Yeah, beatboxing's fun, isn't it? Real-time strategy game? Yes. Yes. Agreed, Kiyosamari, that when you make stuff for the algorithm, there's a certain intangible. One of the other things that's nice about volume strategies is you can make something for like smaller groups of people and you know it's going to emotionally land for them. The Bajru crash out video, 3,000 views, 4,000 views, like, right? It's not going viral, but it's meant so much to people that they're contacting me, they're joining my Discord, I'm being tagged in her Discord. I'd much rather have that. Much rather have that. RTS? Yeah. Um, yeah, Ryan. Problem is I don't have access to an ENT at the moment. Also, it's very difficult for me to get scoped because I have a deviated septum and a polyp that I need surgery for. But I mean, I was in. I already was in. I'm in love with it. It's really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, when she sounds that good when she stands. Yeah, having her stand more often. She also streams really long hours, right? So like, it is a bit of a bit, but like, yeah, when she sounds that good, it's like maddening. Like, why don't you stand when you sing hard music? Oh, you only sing hard music. Why? Yeah, but it's funny. But yeah, that came from my fucking soul. First jar. I don't even know what I'm at right now. First jar. But Watch was a lot of fun. Streaming schedule being inconsistent kind of hurts, but for me anyway. Difficult to catch the streams. Stand for me, my angel of music. Yeah, Karen, I don't think it's possible or realistic, yeah. But yeah. All right. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let's drop the I'll drop the Discord link. Let's do another Discord thing. So I loved it. Last night was a good time. I'm gonna drop another Discord link. Um and yeah, I think I'm gonna call it night. And then just hang out in the VC and we'll do the same thing next night. Where we just watch some stuff and the watch together. Um so what you say, Karen, but the way I say it in my head is Chiron. Chiron? Okay. I'll try to remember that. Chiron. Chiron? Chiron. Oh, Rafik, that's a good idea. Yeah, swear jars overdue. Yeah, last night was a blast. See y'all in there. I'll be in there in about 30 minutes. I gotta like decompress and unwind and stuff. I got myself a little worked up after the space interview. It just yeah. Yeah, I got a little worked up. So I'm just gonna like calm down, get some food, drink, and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a good idea, Nightwolves, yeah. See you in a bit, guys.